Good morning, the interwebs. This is Gamer here, and we're getting a bit of a late start to playing Hoi 3 today. Hopefully that's going to work good over there. That video it's saying unavailable. Let me see if we can just refresh. Yeah, that looks good. There we go. There we go. Well. That's vulnerable. Hey, thanks for hosting, Arna. No. Following, new follower, thank you. I will be starting to make an episode very soon. Okay, here. Okay, we might be able to hold there. No, we're gonna fall back. I'll fall back there. We're still pushing here because that could be a decent thing. Could use more support up there. Hopefully we'll be able to hold Kursk with this somewhat disorganized division. Hello. Narkit. It's not pronouncing it correct. Before you can't get past it. Well, crashing in 1940. Now, okay, have you gone back to an earlier save? Sometimes a save will save and you think it works right, and you can start and play, but every save that you try to make from that save, it will always crash. It gets corrupted in a way. So if you have an earlier save, have you tried that? And now it's Arno's hosting. And so what I should do so right now is come here and always start with a save just to make sure that the last save that you did was not a corrupted situation. So yeah, that could be a thing. Hello, Arno. And before I forget, I posted in the Discord forum, partially for you, but for anybody. In about 3 hours, there will be an esports thing with War Thunder and Twitch, and they're doing drops. And one of the drops is a Dutch skin camouflage pattern for the Leopard 1. If you get that someday, I thought you might want to go for that, maybe. Arno, or anybody, but okay. Well, you don't need to sit right there. Let's move you up to there. And so there's a link to the basic informational page about it, and then another there towards the bottom. There's a link. Okay. We get to make different choices this time. Hello, Toyjet. Good to have you here. Yeah, I'm continuing for now. I'll talk about it in a bit when I start the episode, and this is back a bit. And we're gonna see if we can. They're gonna hold here. These guys are gonna hold here instead of letting them come around there. They look like they're gonna hold here. I'm still just sort of getting warmed up and started here a bit. Okay, well, like the Romanians are pushing here, so we will support that attack. We'll support that attack, and if they're also pushing here, we'll support this attack, and from here we'll support this attack. There we go. Let's need to adjust that in a moment. Right, okay, and I'm going to make even another save. Okay, well, I think I'm ready to start recording. Okay, also, yes, about that, what I would do is there are good and bad reasons to do auto saves, but what you should do is, if you, like you say, you only 3 saves, but keep your old saves. Just create a folder. I normally call mine old saves. Create a folder and just move out your old saves there, so that you only keep like 3 or so in the normal save folder. So that way, if something gets corrupted, you can still go back as far back as you want to. Because I can go, with this, I can go all the way back to the start at any of the saves anywhere along, but they're not in my active save game folder. So that just, and so I don't, well, and I don't know what version you playing. And you should also be playing the latest 10.51 version of the game. If you're playing old 10.33, then yeah, that's also a mess as well. Oh, went to Oslo. Cool. Anything interesting up there? That's where he went. He lives like down around this area here. Toyjet is talking on Twitch. Not doxing him. We know he lives around that area. Right. Let's make the episode here. Oh yeah. Let's look at. Okay, these guys. Is this fortified? No, it's just anti-aircraft. This is fortified. So you guys fall back. Why aren't you falling back? They're attacking and will support an attack. Dropping trip. Okay. Well, we'll deal with that in a moment. Well, cool. Right. Welcome back to Dragna Ost. I think that's more or less the right. And hello, oh, let's start again because I'm starting messing up my saying. Hello, Eric. Good to see you here. Okay. Welcome to Dragnak Ost. Hope I'm saying that right. Well, we're continuing from the Barbarossa campaign back just a little bit. We haven't quite messed up so badly down here yet. So, fellow Hearts of Iron Black Ice players, I'm going to continue this. I do have some interest in continuing it. Of course, my biggest interest is if you're interested in watching it. So if viewing numbers stay high, and they've been reasonably good, but if they stay high, we will continue this for a time. I'm not, giving any commitment, but if viewing numbers fall off. So if you want to see it, watch. Not just watch 5 minutes, 2 minutes. Not just click on it, but watch this. Comment on it. If you can, share it somewhere. That if you have a strong interest in watching it, that really, really helps. Version, so it might be a problem. I think yes. And so, that could all be. Oh yeah, that could all be problems with talking to somebody here. Hey Hoffman, and the new IKB is here. Yes, we're playing this live. So, that if you have a bad install there, that could be problems, right? So we can see here what I'm leaving a Prinzeugen here. These guys, the motor division that was coming up around here is coming straight to here, and they're falling back to here to hopefully be able to hold this. They're falling back into there. hopefully not get overrun, but that is tanks and mountains, so they're not going to be that fast. So let's no, 1, 2, 3. Continue. There's lots of pop-ups. Not letting me run away. Oh, I'm pressing too far back. Okay, that was it. So I thought that was all one province. I'm gonna fall back to probably this line here. Hold behind the river and hold up here in Murmansk, where we have not that much fortification, but we're gonna see about falling back. While the falling back is good. Oh, sorry to hear that, IKB. I hope you have a very, very mild case. That was sort of the situation with my father. So I hope you are fine. Hello, Niagara. Okay, another province lost. Yes, we're falling back here. Hopefully they won't be overrun. That is a problem. Okay. Ground attack tactics have advanced. Now, we'll let that continue. Okay, we need to adjust some ICs here. Right. Learned something recently, and thanks to what is it, Surtur? Not sure how you pronounce that. It's dire. That's right. Fuel production is based on a 0.5 of your effective ICs. So this is a problem with things here. Oh, come on, hover over this way. I can move my hands away. Okay. Because we can see our base level of ICs is actually higher than our available ICs. Now, so that's hurting our fuel production because they're hitting us with so many penalties, especially penalties like the 10 IC unit spawn penalty. I know it's just 2.2%, but division training maybe 15 IC spawn penalty 3.3, and there's 3 of those. There's 2 of the 10 unit. That wouldn't be there if they put units into the production queue. Now the heavy ones are some of the railway ones, so that's affecting our fuel production. Hello, Van Bishop. Good to have you here. And so that is some of the problems. So, okay, so we don't need to overbuild on supplies. I thought it was based on supply production now. Okay, well, we're getting a Marine division soon. Let's move these guys down in priority. We're still going to build the tropical island garrisons. They can go sit places and defend. These infantry divisions partially built will be useful. Oh shit, we need to get these to the top. That will help things as well. Yeah, and I really, like Arno was saying, I really hope IKB things go well for you. I think that is the likely case. Because just personal anecdote, my father did get COVID. He said it was sort of the mildest flu in his life that he remembered. I don't know if that's quite true, you know, mildest flu, but felt like a mild flu. And about 2 months later, it almost killed him because he got pneumonia and it sort of went untreated for a while, and he didn't realize that he had pneumonia. This is just sort of an after effect, not after he was well from COVID. So get yourself checked out at different stages of your recovery, which I hope will be well and soon. Right, okay, so, and we're still putting the squeeze on these guys down here. Okay, let's let this go. Yes, they're attacking here. Yeah, attack my... Lord. Wave one. Here, okay. Let's move you to there, because we can be a bit quicker. What do these look like? Oh, they're not in very good shape, so let's also view that. Jaeger division scattered. HQ shattered. Shouldn't have been in the front line, I'm sure. I moved you there just sort of to defend. Hello, David. How you doing? Okay, well, you pushed out there, so what we're going to do is try to kill you now. Let's use the mobile divisions as primary attack. There's... No, okay, they're in too good a shape, so stop attacking. They're getting way too much supply. I don't know if they're flying in supplies. My Luftwaffe is a bit of a mess. Okay, you can just need proper resting. You are... We're not overstacking that base at all. Okay, we just got to keep managing this front. Yep, they keep attacking here. Okay, they're attacking down here. These guys, I think they're going to be able to hold. I think that's a reasonably good mountain division. These guys, if they can just retreat out fast enough, these guys get down into the mountains fast enough. That's also mountains. That's hills. So if we come down here like that, hopefully that'll speed that along. Fun with tanks? Yes, I'm hoping we'll have lots of fun with tanks tomorrow. Standard is in the middle of battle right there. What I'm doing up here is withdrawing back into this location here, because if we had taken out here and we're still holding here and we're taken out, pushed out here, this up here would get cut off. So we're falling back to here. We're putting, well, we're sort of delaying there. Okay, I think those will make it. So these guys go back to the swamp. We're going to defend in the swamp. Twin engine ground crew training advance. Very nice. Then we'll let that continue. How do we get 100 consumer goods? I don't know. But that's silly. Oh, hell. Yeah. Okay, what we need to do here is... I think something is broken. Well, you can save. Yes, that's fine. We've got a longish save here. Oh, Yag Panzer? Well, very good. We've got some good ones in War Thunder. Oh, longish save. Okay, this is not what I like to see, but we will... Good to do it. And when you get this, just wait. Just wait. Okay, good. Now, we have steel refineries. Okay, now, I think these were meant to go into particular locations, but it's not always working out the best. So what we need to do is find places in which a steel refinery would make good sense. So let's put this here. You want to do it inside German territory where there is a lot of steel. They've been bombed recently, but they're full up of refineries. They're not. They've got a lot of base level 13, base level 8. Oh, it's been bombed. So let's put a steel refinery there. Might be good to put some a bit more east, but we don't want to dump it on a location with very little steel. Okay, they got core, just 8 base. They're fully built up. Okay, they have a modestly good base. Though have been bombed a bit. Coal fields. Well, it's not that we need more coal, but still, more is better than less. Yeah, let's just put it here. Now, rares extraction, that is more critical. Excuse me. How much rares do we have here? Base 8. Not very much. It's Coalfield. This is rares extraction because it's maxed out. Base 5. Base 5. Here. Base 6. So base 6 would be better than base 5, and it's in the east, so we'll do this up. May not be the best location, but still it's a decent one. You never have too much coal. Steam trains demand their food. Absolutely, IKB, absolutely. Research. Massive massive boost. Research per Cochet. I don't not sure what you're talking about, David. Sorry. If you're no, I don't know. Per Cochet. Don't know. Sorry. Okay, so that got that out of the way. Right, I'm just looking for. Oh, what you're thinking of is oh, I'm gonna mess up the pronunciation. Premisev or something like that. Yeah, close. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We don't quite have that in the game here. But you are right. That would be a little too much of a exploit, shall we say? Okay, back to this map now that we have some of our. Okay, they're pushing into there. They're pushing into here. I think we need to fall back. Okay, they're pushing on me up here. Okay, this time I think I'm going to try to be a little smarter in my retreat. Oh, so they're getting close-ish. Just a little well, maybe we're going to try to hold here. We'll see. Okay, they've got this province here, which we knew they would be getting. Planned on them basically getting it. Okay. And keep trying to attack out. Right. And they might not get overrun, and they might be able to hold there. I think they'll hold. I think they'll hold in the mountains properly. If they push here, we're going to support their attack. Okay, good. Well, I really want this port because I want to shut it down. If they can push out and around, that would be great. I'm going to get him as reinforcements. Unfortunately, they're falling back on somebody that's fairly stable. They're pushing fairly hard there. So we're going to counterattack with, oh, they're still technically, oh, bot there. Arno, if you want to take care of it. Okay, you attack. And you support the attack. Maybe that'll be good enough. And they're trying to push on us here. Thank you, Arno. Now the question is, and it was suggested to sort of do the von Manstein idea of retreat, like we've done here, and then the counterattack. Well, if I was still holding here, which I'm not, but do we hit here? Do we hit here? They're the ones in good shape. No, we're just not in good enough shape to do that, I don't think. Because they're pushing in on us there. Trying to get rid of that currently reinforcing. Tag. I'll move there anyways. Now you keep coming to here, but you're almost come to there. Okay, so they've got that province, which I knew they would. Looks like they're going to maybe get there, and I don't know if they'll hold, but get there. Hopefully they'll hold. Looks like they'll get there before they're overrun. Now, what do we have, if anything, effective over here? Okay. Right. We have a few random regiments here. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to build out of this. We're going to build a defensive battle group, if you will. Okay, and we're going to load these guys onto the fleet, and they're going to come down here. Because I don't want to lose, well, I have to rebase, but I don't want to lose Bantumi. Not for one little bit. Okay, let's do another save. Hopefully this will be just fine. It's taking a while. Okay. We'll just let it take its while. I'm not going to touch anything here. Not going to touch anything at all. I still want to start playing the game again, but no. There we go. Okay. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to exit the game, not leaving the episode or the live stream here. So your screen will go black here. And I'll just quickly reboot. Hopefully very, very fast. We have a few random regiments. Rommel. Cowabunga it is, yes. Very soon your screen should be back. See, mentioning what IKB said there. Yeah. It's really leadership that counts more than a lot of people think, because Rommel was very able to, under whether directly under his command or under sub commanders, form ad hoc units at times and do very well with them. And so that to me is very instructive on the leadership aspects of warfare. And I'm still having some hope held out here for this, but that may be a bad idea. Keep coming to there, you get to there. Okay, well, let's... Okay, they're ground attacking there. Ground attacking there, good. They're intercepting this area. Okay, no order. You ground attack here. You ground attack here. You ground attack there. You ground attack there. Oh, you should be flying, but we're going to put you interceptive, passive for this region. There we go. Do some escorting. Yes, that was he was not there on D-Day, and for um, a little while after, and then he gets his car gets strafed and he gets wounded. Okay, so we are here, and we're defending a race, so we can't really push follow up there. They're coming back to there. Let's move you up to there. Hoping this counterattack. Well, I'm sure it's helping. I don't know. They've got a free hand here. Okay, you come down this way. This center is where I'm particularly weak. Let's right to there. Yes, we knew we were going to just get these out of the way. Well, they lost us. They're good. Okay, back here. Okay, yes, they lost here. We knew they were. They're going to get there soon. They're pushing there. We've won. Okay, the battle here. And down here. Uh-oh. Okay, no, we've won. Good. That's not an uh-oh. It's good. Okay, yes, you can have metal. I'm holding them in Persia. They've made it to here. Good. I don't know why they're waiting on supplies. Looks like they got full supplies. That's what I was sort of worried about, but maybe they will be able to counterattack. Okay, they're retreating back. Good. You can stop attacking, get some rest. Yeah. They're going to hold in the swamps, hopefully very well. Okay, you fall back to here. You fall back to here. Oh, cool. Cool, Eric. Where'd you find that? They have them laying around on the ground out there in Norway? Let's attach you to, I guess, there. We'll move you into the city of Bilholda. Oh, so you went to Oslo to get a bayonet. You come back up into there. See if you can hold. Okay. Yeah, I know it's partly my fault for some of these HQs shattering, because I shouldn't be using them on the front line. Especially something like that. That's good, but needs significant reinforcements if it is going to be on the front line. Oh, hell. Oh, hell. Okay, gamer. Look, there's an Italian army that popped up a while ago. I'm sure that I didn't know, or I knew about the event. I didn't know where the army popped up. Okay, well, okay, Italians. The center of the front is our current worst off position. So let's head here. Okay, well, that will be helpful. I don't remember how long ago that actually happened. Not because you realize we're just creeping through the days here. May not be anything that's going to get us to Moscow, but make sure we don't have another bunch of something that needs to be moved to the top. Well, the Romanians are doing okay down here. You can support that attack. Commando training advance, very nice. Okay, 44, that I guess needs to stop. Battle of Tim. We need to make sure max reinforcements. Okay, well, and we don't need that many supplies. Oh, we want to have a positive amount. Something about like that. Okay, that should get a lot of these units back in production. Oh, how goes the Finnish front? Thanks for reminding me. Harry, how you doing? Supporting the attack. How? Just us, because they attacked and stopped attacking. Okay, so we're gonna... That's not a major freaking defeat. Okay, they're pushing on us hard. They're almost to there. Let's all fall back. There'll be a cushion to make sure we don't get overrun. Oh good, they're going to... Lost 20 men there. 2,000 isn't a major defeat. Okay, I see that they're bombing. Do we have any fighters in the region? Well, they should be properly. Okay, there. You have them in the area. Come on, get supplies to these people so they... Make division just cut them off north down. Okay, Eric, you haven't been paying attention. No, we're retreating. We're not cutting anybody off. We're falling back. If you've got a few extra panzer divisions in your pocket, well, yeah, put them out on the table here. But we don't have any extra panzer divisions. We're not looking to encircle anything around Leningrad. We're hoping Berlin doesn't get encircled. I I am moving these guys. Oh, these guys should have been moving, damn it. Get down here. Ready to deal with torch landings. Oh, what, August? September? What about the 6th Army? You mean here? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know no 6th Army. Oh, make the 6th Army around Von Palace and Stalingrad. Yeah. No, we're being smart and retreating back. While the retreating is relatively good. Well, what will happen to the Caucasus boys? I'm not sure. These guys are being hit hard here by some tank divisions. We're getting a motorized force here that does, fortunately... Oh, no, that's not what I was trying to click on. There we go. It does have some, you know, Panzerjägers to maybe deal with some of these tank forces. We've got these guys slowly moving through the hills because terrain and weather and whatnot, that's super bad. So, yeah. Okay, you fall back to... And I'm trying to hold the line where good, but we're just trying to hold out here. They cut them off. Well, they cut them off, but close that back up. Okay, they're pushing too much there, so now you hold. Well, you're not in any better shape. You attack there. You guys fall back to here. We're having to give up this little area. No idea of a pocket now there. Okay, well, fortunately we have some defensive abilities here. Okay, well. I was thinking about attacking until I looked at the condition of these forces. No thank you. You guys come down this way. You... Well, you know what we're gonna do here, since you're in just such badass shape? Upgrade the Liebstandarte SS Adolf Hitler Division. Yeah, it'll pull these brigades off the map. And we're going to upgrade it again right now. I figured this would likely happen. I'll pull those other units off the map. Marine Sturm Division. Okay. Upgrade Das Reich. I don't know if I want to upgrade Das Reich, because that unit was in such bad shape. There we go. Okay, well, let's see if we can find SEP in here. Maybe we'll search by skill. By now he should have earned up a fair amount of trades, I thought. He's still sort of holding out on some remnant of the force here. Yeah, there he is. Okay, yeah, goodbye. Unassign if you're gonna stay. Yeah, cancel. Here. No leader. That's I don't want to assign all that. Would have been a tragic click. Okay. There we go. Now, there. Okay. Yeah, I know it wrecks our organization, but whatever. Now we'll send you back east. I'm sure the Soviets are losing a lot of tanks attacking in the mountains, regardless of AT even. Yeah, you're right about that, Ari. The problem here is they're attacking here in the hills, and so they are getting this division that's just not really capable. Okay. Oh. Okay. God damn. Okay, well, we'll just use an active defense if they push into here. Until these guys can get over there. Now we also have a... Okay, well, where do we want to put our Marine Sturm Division? We're going to put it right in here. Just where the Marines would be thought best to fight. Right there. That is what I'm looking at as my biggest problem area. We'll put him in charge. Well, you're not going to be storming any islands right now. I'm a little worried even about them. Because they even have tanks. And anti-tank guns. And they're a mountain unit. You're rushing in some level of reinforcement. Oh, we don't need to bomb there. We need to bomb over here. He's an evil bastard who was an incompetent person. Okay, we don't need to be up there. Where are you? You're going up there? No, stop going up there. You fall back to there. Yeah, this is our fallback along the front here. I don't think they fought decently well at all. I think they just murdered a bunch of people. This looked like not very well organized, so maybe we can we start back into the missing element there. So we may be able to hold that once we get those mountain divisions in. You support the attack, I think. Major defeat somewhere, okay. We won there, Jaeger division shattered. Okay, we're being pushed out. There's Paulus. He's in charge of the 3rd Army at this time. They're falling back into there. Not fast enough to save that battle, but right. Okay, now here we're doing much better. Okay, they're coming into there, which is now a bit of a problem, so he's going to support, and he's going to actually attack as well. Twin engine armament research, I think that is here, and we're going to stop that. Well, I think better performance from aircraft would be nice. Okay, good. And let's save this. And we had a crash. God damn it. Yeah, this is the old Barbarossa, Ragar. Okay. Well, that ends this episode. I will be loading again and seeing how far back we have to go for the next episode. I don't know why that happened. Well, see you next time for even more Hearts of Iron. All right, let's see what happened there. Oh, well, before I go that, I'm going to keep talking here just so you know that everything isn't dead. I'm going to get rid of the crash save because that one is for sure corrupted. Yeah, 0 size. Delete. Now is everything I've just been doing lost? When was the last time I saved? Crash episode, yeah. Have I seen Crash Gordon? Yeah. Yes, watching it now. Okay. I think that was everything I did after the last save didn't work. Maybe that save didn't work. Maybe I have to go back to the other save. Let's try the save. Yeah. Okay. Maybe this is a corrupted save. Let's see. Save. Yeah, the save worked. Okay. Well, all right. Well, what can we do better? We're just retreating the hell out of there. Okay. You guys got to get moving. What's Crash Gordon? Well, I just had a crash in the game and they're joking around about it. Okay, well, I'm going to grab a Coke before starting recording next episode, so I'll be right back. Just take me a minute or so. We can look at the Crimean front and analyze it for a moment, figure out how to win the war from there. We'll be back shortly. All right. Almost back. Almost back. And don't break my hip. I'll try not to. I don't know if I'm not that old. Okay. Well. Now we can move this down to easily about there. All right. We'll start making another episode. Welcome to Dragnok Ost. This is Gamer 1745 here. And as I said in the last episode, we will continue this, see how it goes, partially see how it goes on the viewers. So if you are really wanting to see the continuation from our Barbarossa game here, do actually watch, not just maybe click on, but watch the episodes. And of course, you can like the episodes. You can, no, we're going to just keep going down here. Like, share, subscribe, of course. You're probably already that if you're really into this, but it is helpful. Right, okay. Oh. Get these out of the way. Nope. Fine. Fine, and we lost here, right? We've got this. Let's move a couple of the better condition unit. Well, he can fall back. He can come to the swamp. He can come down to there. Okay, well, I don't know how much we want up there, but we'll see. Yes, and we're going to lose that other one. And we have one down here. Very good. And one thing I wanted to do again, let's just upgrade. And upgrade again. I need to, I'll send you retreating back. Oh, no leader. Send them back as a Panzer division, which is this is a very strong division. We have the infantry regiment, which is over strength here. Fine. We have a Panzer regiment currently with Panzer Force, so probably going to upgrade. An artillery regiment, fine. We have a Stimmgeschütz regiment, which I hope will upgrade to longer barreled Stimmgeschütz with better armor penetration values. We have the battle commander. Yeah. Portugal would like a little bit of metal, fine. Great, good. Yeah, that's down here. You're going to keep moving into that battle. That's right here. Okay, well here. You know, I think we will do this sort of attack. They're going to retreat to there because they're not going to be able to hold out on their own, and these guys are going to retreat straight back through here. There's a little bit of connection there. Okay, waiting for fuel. Well, good, isn't that special? Okay, you're gonna stop attacking. You're still at oh, you're going up that way. Oh, one of you is coming down here. Probably a good idea at the time. Someone attacking from the south. Oh, wait, I saw. Okay, yeah. There we go. People have faith in me that I'm going to pull this out. I don't know why they would have such faith. But I guess they do. We don't have any supplies. They need supplies, no orders. We'll give you orders to it. Oh, you're out of range for that attack. Are you in range for this attack? No. Okay, well, we will see about putting you up. Now, air intercept this air for this region. Commando training, that is too far in advance. We'll stop that. Let's move it to there. Battle of Tim. just keep marching from there to there. Okay, I think they're gonna break on me, but I'm going to start falling back anyways. That's a push I didn't need. Oh, what are we still re-interfacing? Oh, command. I thought I stopped. Oh, down here. Just gotta do that. Okay. Yes, we knew we would lose that. Now up here, they are almost to there, so we're going to start falling back. Are we the only ones attacking again? Yes, because we supported their attack and they face out there. Oh, we took out a liner here. Should be taking out a lot more. Come on, guys. Get. Oh, what the hell? Why aren't you moving faster now? Sufficient freaking fuel. Is he? Oh, well, should I let him play instead? I know you're talking about. He is one of the generals or commanding a corps or whatever up here. Yeah, or no, wait a minute. Is he the one that's here? Yes. I think that's him. Talking about. He's going to go hold the port down here, or maybe probably this province here or something, but either way. Try to hold off the enemy. Okay, too big of a stack here. Let's move a few forces down this way. You know. Okay, we're gonna upgrade this too right now. Okay, not a second upgrade, fine. More than sometimes, often the transport unit doesn't disappear or disappear quickly or both. There we go. Move him to the central front as well. Is Japan doing anything good against the Allies? Well, it's a good question there, Harry. Well, sort of stalemate along the Burma line here. You know, winning, losing some provinces here. Slowly taking Sumatra. They had earlier lost in Java. Slowly taking Borneo. Slowly pushing through the Philippines. And no one's really challenged them out here in the Solomons. So that's about it. Well, the U.S. Oh boy, the U.S. have been cleaning up out here. They've got Kwajalein, Mili, and some of these areas were not fought over, so I don't know they're recognizing the names. Roja. So the U.S. has been invading some of these islands out here. How interesting. How interesting indeed. So yeah, there's been some action. The U.S. or Japan did get Guam. Japan did get the Aleutian Islands, or A2 Island. I mean, this is all the Aleutians, but did invade there. Did they? Yeah. So yeah, that's about it. Don't you know? So that's about all they're doing. So we've lost this province, but we're going to retreat onto these guys. So that should be okay, hopefully. Good, a nice save. I don't want them staying fighting. I want them to retreat. They're coming that way, these guys. We don't have this particular. Oh, this is the biggest stack of infantry. Alright, well. Nice, I guess. Hopefully they'll break themselves on us here. Jaeger division shatter. We gotta do something about those Jaeger divisions. Now down here, okay, they're not doing terribly well, but we're gonna get these reinforcements soon. I know it gives us a hole in the front line, but these guys coming in. These guys still moving super slow. Oh, they're battling here now. Oh, they're still moving super slow. You attack there. Okay, they're trying to cut this off. No, you just retreat to there. Don't fight them over it. Just retreat. And all of these units would free up my defensive core, would give us a strong defense reinforcement there. Okay, we now have our Sturm division again. Marines, so let's put them... Don't want to put them right on the front line because they won't have any organization. There we go. Put him in charge. Make sure everybody's getting reinforcements that need it. More supplies. Oh, we've just been hit massively from those upgrades of the two divisions. Das Reich and Liebstandard. Okay, well... Well, hopefully that'll be able to hold now. Engine armament research. There we go. Do fuselage diet. Yeah, they should be able to hold. Hopefully they can. They're retreating back there already. Did I pre-order that? Don't know. You support down the tank. Okay, well it looks like they've been able to move up, so we'll move up with them. Okay, well now we are defending here. Now we have some better anti-tank forces, but now they have more units coming in, and we've lost another, shattered another technically. Well, I must say I've learned a lot in playing this. I hope those that have been watching have learned as well. And I know when I've been playing the Third Reich events version, I've taken into account the changes, especially with the modifications here. I did not build my usual amount of I'll do this passive, my usual amount of ICs. So I'm sure that has affected things. How many Panzer divisions am I building? Well, see, actually being built or in the production queue. Okay, we have the 26th Panzer Division. That's a pretty good one. It's with a half-track transport, and it is set up to be a rather fast one. It has a mechanized brigade, self-propelled artillery. So that was meant to be a fast, plunging, deep one, and we're not doing too much of that. Another fast one here on the 29th. A Panzer Red. Well, this was also meant to be another fast-moving unit, as you can see. Probably built too lightly here. It's with battalions not full, so just 3, and they're not going to be very good at what we need them to do. How's there? Let's see, do we 8th Army, Minsk? Yeah, okay. You come up here. You attach to that. What is the condition of the units that are attacking? Okay, well, let's attack there. Look at that Guards cavalry unit. That's HQ. Well, we'll see. Okay, finally cleared out this damn place. And here, okay. Okay, they're without supplies. They're gonna fall very fast. Okay, yeah. Finally. Finally. Yeah, you're right, Arno. I think I will. Okay, well, let's save this before I start messing around with that. Okay. Let's see. Motorized infantry versus mechanized. Okay, they are too similar not to go with mechanized. So we're going to go with a mechanized infantry regiment as primary unit. Going from Arno's suggestion of heavy armor. So we're going to go with heavy armor support unit. We're going to go with medium artillery. We want a divisional headquarters, of course. Armored car reconnaissance. What pictured? Okay, well, we can. Let's get this done first. Now, before I say build on that, we have this out here. Well, what is the cost of a mechanized versus motorized versus whatever? Okay, 4, 9. Okay, well, I think we're going to try to save it some money and try to use one of these motorized units that's around by the time that it gets out. Hopefully we'll have that there. So let's start production. This will be 34 ICs. Yes, and Arno wants to see what the picture of the heavy. It'll probably be a tiger, but I'm not sure. Heavy armor. Yep, tiger right now. They're figuring something modeled like that. Let's do a second one of these now. Let's move all of these down below that in priority. Okay, right about 72 ICs, maybe about 74 ICs right there. It'll be a while before they get into production, but we can use more fighters. These guys are actually rather small, but I don't know. Well, let's move the setting down to the bottom. These guys are going to be out pretty soon, so I'm leaving them in the production queue. Oh, you need to get moving down to here. Yeah, a lot of forces wasted on that Gibraltar thing. So many things I think I should have done better at. Okay, we cleared out that. We're pushing pretty hard in here. Jungle unit training. Wow. How much jungle unit we're going to be fighting in, I don't know anymore. But it does help march attacks, light infantry. Yeah. So we're going to leave that going. Hopefully they're breaking themselves on this unit here. All that they're attacking. These guys are already falling back. These guys are sort of kind of holding. Okay. We're going to fall back on these guys. I know these guys are coming super slow. These guys are now moving at a good pace. Good. They can maybe move to here and hold. Right, these guys are getting pounded hard. Hopefully we're doing okay with some of the bombing. Now we have 2 units just shatter. See, crazy lines of his command. Well, you guys go into there. Yeah. We've won here, good. They're calling these light African divisions just because I have just a motorized infantry unit. But these guys have stugs here, so this shouldn't be too bad of a unit. Let's see. So we're upgrading assault guns. Good, which is nice. And sloped armor coming to yes. So it's, you know, it's a motorized infantry division with stug support here. Shouldn't be too bad. Hey, Beam Slam! It's Dragnak Ost now, no longer Barbarossa. And we're now digging in for the big battles here. Okay, you're getting hit really hard. Okay, who can we move there? Nobody that's in any good shape. Well, no, you're there. Okay, you can move up to there. No, we don't have nukes. That's just Arno's wishful thinking. And another HQ that I have in the front line. Shatters. Okay, well, you don't need to continue coming to there. You're going to take that province. You can take that province. I know they're coming up and around, but we're not marching through the damn swamp. It looks like these guys are finally running out of supplies here, maybe. Well, that's cool. Can you say the subject of the board game, like World War II or North Africa or 18th century or whatever it might be? Fall back before you shatter. Okay, let's see if we can get something decent going north. There we go. There we go, to help hold that. Okay, we have this mech division here that's penetrated way too deep in. You support that attack. I know you're barely organized to do so, but you support this attack, and we'll see if we can straighten out the line a bit. And what tech did we just... Okay, rocket-propelled anti-tank weapons is finished. Okay. Which will mean probably a very big upgrade build coming soon. Here, one and done. So we've got heart attack plus 1.5 for most infantry organizations. Right. Well, we're doing fine on officers, it seems. Do that. Viking or Dark Ages. It's a sort of mix between settlers and similar games, and likely a battle system in line with the old Avalon Hill Napoleon block game system. Okay. Well, cool, Beam Slam. That sounds cool. They're retreating, they're defending, and they're going to have problems very soon. So let's move motorized forces there. Let's move these motorized forces there. Let's attack, ground attack up there. Let's ground attack up there instead. Okay, so we've won here. Let's counterattack there. Let's just keep moving east. What are we doing? Okay, we're looking good here. We're looking good here. And we're slowly getting reinforcements of a port defense nature, which means supply line defense. Okay, well, you can go to there. You can go to there too. Okay, they're just too disorganized to stay in the fight, so there we go. So we'll give it this province as well. Hopefully we won't have to give up here. We've got some okay-ish troops in the city. Which province did we just lose? Oh, here, right. We're retreating out of there, fine. Okay, fighter pilot training. Always a good thing, and we'll let that continue. Okay, pilot training, we'll let that continue, I'm sure. Armored fighting vehicles, AA weapons have advanced. Let's check that out. I think that is the artillery. Yes, we'll stop that. That is too far. The future to effectively and direct fire unit training. That one we need to check out as well. We'll let that continue. Let's do some infantry training. There we go. Arno can get into weird moods. Okay, well these units here have all been meant to be sent north, but I've been afraid of doing that, but we're now relatively well organized and we have a lot of various units swanning about here. So let's move all of these guys to there first, though. So we have some submarine support. Yeah, these guys as well. We'll move in the rest of it. We'll come in here instead of going too close to Soviet territory next time. That was a bit of a problem. Yeah, I'm just warning the people in chat, Arno. Okay, you come to there. You're almost to there. Good. Oh, you're attacking our Paris down there. Okay, they're falling back. Oh. Okay, you try to fill the line there. Okay, you guys march up that way. Well, I don't know if Toyjet equals chat. He equals another weird person. Okay, well, we've got this. You guys fall back to here. You weren't meant to hold. That was just a spoiling attack. These Jaegers, they need anti-tank guns at least, and a bit more probably. Okay. Trying to keep these somewhat short, but we will save this here. I want to thank you all for making it this far into the episode. Again, please like, share, subscribe. If we keep this up, we'll see how we can do on holding the front here. See you next time for even more Hearts of Iron. All right. We'll make another episode starting in just a moment. We're going to send you east here to where, though? Okay, we can house more units there. Okay, we'll also send you to here. We want to hold up there. That's in the mountains. Right. Really. Suitor. Yeah, marsh grass. Now we just killed a big stack of them. We're really starting to deal with them to some degree. Who knows? Maybe the AI has been actively air resupplying them. Well, let's attack here with these guys. Right, okay. Let's save again. I save a lot, I know. And yes. More upgrades. Welcome to Dragnock Ost. As we continue to battle out on the Eastern Front, this is Gamer 1745 with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.41. And we're going to continue this for a while. If you want to see it continued, you please watch these episodes. If viewership goes down too low, these will end. It just no point in making it for 5 guys who watch it all the way through. Yeah, I love you, you know, but yeah, we need to have decent viewing numbers. So thank you though to all who watch. I do really appreciate that. Okay, well, no, there isn't a good reason to hold this province. There just isn't a good reason to hold this province. If they're trying it on here with at least a little something now that we've retreated. Okay. How is our revolt risk? Okay, pretty green. The main thing I'm concerned about, yeah, some partisans can pop up here, some partisans can pop up here. We'll actually just move you up there for the fun of it, if you will. But I'm not worried about that. Some could even pop up here, but again, I'm not worried about that. The reason I want it green is the more revolt risk in a province, the worse supplies come through. And we can also see here with the situation that we have. Not great, but I don't know about building. I'm not saying you shouldn't build infrastructure. You probably should, but I just don't know with this playthrough. Okay, well. Okay, but well. Wilhelm Kessel is dead. Heart attack claimed one of our greatest tank designers. Don't know anything about Wilhelm Kessel. So will be removed. Okay. Oh, so well, let's look here. Is he? Oh, he's probably Minister of Science Council. Oh, here we go. Okay. So he's that guy. Medium tank specialist. Okay. Well, interesting. Wish people at Paradox would listen to me and make their GSG on actual globes. Oh, grand strategy. It would really help for range of planes, especially bombers. A dumb question. Is Dragnok Osten a submod to Black Ice or a... No. No, Beam Slam. I'm just labeling it that is instead of Barbarossa, which is I had sort of been labeling this, obviously it's happened in 1942, as the attack on, this is just branding on my part, you know, the attack on the Soviet Union. We're not, you know, and in major invasion, now I'm looking at it as just sort of fighting it out in the East. So no, it isn't a dumb question, but it's just what I'm labeling this sort of slog on the Eastern Front here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, a flat map is not the best solution for realism. But it's probably the best solution for a computer game like this. Yeah, probably it is. I'm not saying I wouldn't want a global map, you know, a true globe around, but I'd have to see it working to to see it working and see that I liked it better. I'm not sure that I would. I get you for realism, but sometimes just, shall we say, these guys are still reinforcing from being formed. We are bringing in some transport. Okay. Well, yeah, I have some step horses. Okay. And some motorized units. Let's hit this. Okay. Let's add light armor to this unit here. We don't need that. Oh, they could use. Well, oh, we need to, yes, we need to do a little bit of shifting around. Let's move Soviet heavy artillery over here, and we can move one of these. Why aren't you letting me go this other way? What? Because it's like, oh, come on. Okay, I can do it with that unit. Can I do it? Nope. Can't. Oh, God. How are these? Not movable. What do they do? I don't know. Oh, well. Okay, well. Let's move. I don't know if I had any more units coming for that spot. Doesn't look like it. We're near it. You could do a 2D projection of it, of course. We made it work with command and ICBM. Right, yeah. Yeah, I don't know the, you know, programming mechanics on that, quite honestly. I'm not arguing against how that it would be nicer in the realistic, you know, realism element, but oh, granted, it would make more a difference for the Pacific than European theaters, even though there are planes. Yeah, much further than they do on the Finnish front. Interplanetary annihilation titans. Yeah, obviously the Pacific here would be better with that, or make a significant difference with that. Because whenever you're looking, you know, in this, like this level here, well, you know, in this level here, it doesn't really matter if you get this area right. You know, peeling it out, you know, the map out from the globe and flattening it. Once you start expanding in and around here, that's why a bunch of this area is sort of a no-go zone up here, actually. And you get, this is obviously way too long here. Yeah, I get you, and I'm not arguing that it's bad. Also, America, or the New World, is a little out of alignment from Europe. Yeah, I don't know the programming challenges and the display challenges. As a player, I'm only worried about the display challenges and ease of use. So on the top 20 things that I have a problem with or should be worked on with Hearts of Iron 3 or Hearts of Iron 4, it's down in the bottom of those top 20 that I would quite honestly concern myself with. So, you know, I'm not going to in any way think that shouldn't be done. It's just I got other things I would want done first. Computer screen formed as a globe. I don't know how ease of, it'd be cool, but I don't know how ease of use it would be. Would it be a fixed point and I have to rotate myself around the screen, or would I just somehow hold onto the screen somewhere and rotate the computer or screen around it globally? Okay, well, we got him here. We're going to move him because we want supplies to flow is the point of that. Let's move you. Well, it's about the same distance. Oh, well. Let's move you to here. Instead, we're going to make sure Rommel comes to here because it's about the same travel distance. What's your NR1? I don't get the question. Sorry. Okay, you're holding out just fine. My screens are kind of like half globe, but you're sitting inside the globe. Yeah. I've got one screen right in front of me, another screen above it, and another screen off to my left that is angled highly towards me and not, you know, it's almost creating a right angle, not quite. But yeah, I sort of like that. All my, you know, 90+% of the time I'm looking at my good screen here. And I just glance up to see chat or glance over to see the current state of the recordings or whatever like that. Okay, why are you way back here? Probably because you were sent here after shattering. Let's move you north this way here. Okay, we flew in. I think they're here by now. Oh, no order. You need some orders. Passive, air intercept this region. Go. Ground attack resting. Okay, they're still coming in from Sevastopol. The top issue would be improved combat AI. That would be the top. for any of the games, it would be either on 3 or 4. It would be improved to the supply system, would be probably number 2. For Hearts of Iron 4, it would be fix one up there would be fix the teleporting airplanes. You know, meaning you don't. If you're not familiar, viewers, when you launch fighters or bombers, say from Britain, they don't need to fly through the intermediate air zones. They just have to worry about conditions over the one zone. So you can't say make a belt of super dense fighters here that all the bombers have to get through here. So, and you can only put fighters or aircraft operating in one air zone. So if you have all your fighters here, let's say you could theoretically base all your fighters in this region here that could then, air operation zone big enough, this kind of air zone. Well, no, you've got to, if they start bombing here, you've got to shift them here. And if they start bombing here, you got to shift them here. And, or if they start, so you got to constantly shift the air zones, or not have, or spread your fighter response out and not have it even. So either, so I'm not going to get through all 20, but there's a lot of issues. Now, what I mean, there's so much I love in Hearts of Iron 4. The ability to go, oh yeah, and they've added C zones instead of just C provinces, or C areas, because provinces. I hate the province mechanic in Hearts of Iron 4. I wish I'd get rid of that. But the C zones, fine, all right, because it's sort of like clicking here and telling it to just operate in here as a pick an area as, patrolling or whatever. Just patrol the C zone. But I like that whether it's zones or individual provinces, you could tell your ships not to go there or only go there for certain reasons. Things like that. There's, oh boy, there's a lot of things that I would love to see improved. So much so. An AI that would, I know years ago I designed it. Let me save this before I start clicking on too many things that cause a crash. As long as I don't mind crashes so long as I haven't lost progress. But here, hey, good, all right. For auto, one of the reasons they got rid of, Hearts of Iron 4 is a reaction to many elements of it is a reaction to people's negative comments about Hearts of Iron 3. Well, a lot of players don't want to pick out divisional generals. I get you. It's a lot of fiddly stuff. Now, I like it, but it's a lot of fiddly stuff. And we could easily, this is, this is a light infantry regiment. But you have, in essence, these traits that can function like flags or you could build in a flag that matches the trait. And have the AI go, oh, is this an airborne division? Well, then, do I have somebody with an airborne trait? Oh, yeah, okay, well, let's assign him there. Is this a panzer division? Well, they're calling it battle expert here, but, it's sort of panzer leader. Oh, well, let's assign him to it. Oh, we have an internal security division. Well, let's see about putting an SS one. But, well, not this one, because we're going to save him for an SS armored division, but let's just throw in here as a security division commander or whatever. And so these brigades, which they have battalions in Hearts of Iron 4, these brigades could each have a flag and have a weightings, a weight system, priorities, or however you want to say or understand. I don't know if you're understanding that helps the AI pick out auto assign reasonable commanders to your divisions. Now, if you want to get in and play all funky, or who commanded the 8th Jaeger Division, and historically, well, let's go find that person and stick him there. Well, fine, if you want to play that way. But for most people, you could just have an AI setting. Now, here we can see the crazy outlines of all of this stuff. Well, I'm not saying it's too short for history, for realism, but too many people didn't like having to keep the command close enough to the front. That was a problem. Okay, so Black Ice, one thing they did is expand the command radius for 2 reasons. One, so you don't have to constantly be too worried about keeping the HQs in it, and 2, when the AI doesn't pay that good attention to it, so they expanded out the command radiuses because the AI would look even crazier or as crazy. Core command would have maybe a couple of divisions here and a couple of divisions over here, so it's gotten unrealistically big, but that can sort of come under better AI control. And it really, again, if you had auto-assigning commanders, it's not really that hard to go, okay, form stuff. So there's a lot of you can make the hierarchical command structure that they have here, which I love, much simpler to use without gutting it like they did in Hearts of Iron 4. Globe could VVR to scale. Sorry, you mentioned the globe on the bottom of your list. Okay. Air zones and the plane's ability to jump over between them. Just catching up with the chat. Okay, so I love Hawaii 3 uninstalled after 4 hours. What does do better than 3? Has the game vastly... Okay, the game has vastly improved, Van Bishop. Vastly improved, and they've announced railroads are coming finally to Hearts of Iron 4 in the next DLC. It's vastly improved. I still like this, and when I said, well, with all the submods, but Black Ice... But if I had to choose between, vanilla today, Hearts of Iron 3, their finest hour, all the DLCs, or all of the DLCs for standard Hearts of Iron 4, I would pick Hearts of Iron 4, if that was my binary choice. No mods. So far with all the mods, I like this still the best. But with some of the mods... it's getting better. One of the things they do better is you no longer build units. You do train units, but you build equipment. So, do you have enough stugs? Or are they getting destroyed? Now, we can talk about different... World Ablaze is very good, and Black Ice is very good for Hearts of Iron 4. I've had issues with both of them, but... they're the 2 best mods that I know for Hearts of Iron 4, and I will be taking Uncharted, the developer of Hearts of Iron 4, has told me that, because I was posting some older videos that I'd made from his mod, that it's now World Ablaze is now complete until they release the new DLC, the new major DLC, whenever that's going to happen. I presume before Christmas. Or Christmas season is when the new DLC will come out, I presume, from that. And then sometime after that, he'll start, modding for it. But it's basically feature complete for now until they do it. So there's lots of improvements. Now, I'm not saying it's going to meet your needs, Van Bishop. Yes, you like trains. I know. So... but it's vastly improved over what it was originally. They now have a little bit of command structure, not enough. They still don't have divisional commanders. Divisional commanders aren't what people complained about. People complain about micromanaging divisional commanders. At least that's how I interpret it, because I can't see why anybody care. If they put in reasonable divisional commanders, what would anybody care that there was somebody here? It would only be the most, OCD type personalities that feel they must deal with it, not just because they like it, but because they must deal with it, or and it's just min-max type players. Well, fine, if you have reasonable commanders, you don't need to get in and fiddle with things. So yeah, whether we're talking, one more, and I forget the guy's name, was working on a DLC, an outside person, ended up releasing it sort of as a mod, but one more DLC could have made this game a lot better before going on to Hoi 4. Hoi 4, yeah, has a bunch of its issues, and it is worlds better than it was 3 years ago. Worlds better. So they got fuel back in Hearts of Iron 4 now. Fuel. So you no longer, originally it was, well, when you build that Panzer in 1938, we're theoretically building all the fuel for it to be used for the whole war. Or whatever. Or ships, which even, because Panzers, you do consume them in battle, so probably that Panzer built, in 1938 or whatever, even if it's a Panzer IV or something, probably still isn't driving in 1945. But now they do have fuel. They've always had supply effects. Well, there's supply in the game. Yeah, it's supply effects. It's not actual something you're producing. But yeah, they got fuel in the game from the original. If you only played the original release, I wonder how implementing will change or not Hoi 4. It's still, or I still think they need to rework battle plan cohesions and add another level of generals. Another level of generals would be very good. Yeah, no, fuel, and so fuel, matters particularly like on naval operations. Do you sit your fleets in base the whole basic war, ready to dash out and battle, and then go back to base and wait for an opportunity to come out, or are they out patrolling all the time? I am sort of pointing at Italy, which had issues with its, fleet operations. And I think some of them were fuel-based. I'm not an expert on Italy or the Navy, but I definitely know Japan, for a while, based a lot of its, I think it was out of Balikpapan, because they were able to basically do their run the fuel right out of the ground, or the oil right out of the ground, right into their ships, because it's high quality oil, and they could burn it in their because they were steam turbines. We're talking the big ships. It's not like gasoline fuel or even diesel fuel. They're just burning oil, and if it's dirty, well, that means they got to periodically go shut everything down and go literally get people in to scrub out the system to keep it going, the boilers or whatever. So it's just basically you're boiling up water, creating steam, and so they can just run crude oil through it. And so they based it out of there instead of having to ship all that oil up to Japan or out to some islands that they may have been losing. So yeah, you're operational now. They don't quite take advantage of oil versus fuel in that sense, but yeah, so fuel's back. So I recognize the future is Hearts of Iron. Oh, these guys were meant to go. God damn. Oh man. Okay, well. Okay, I'm getting distracted. All right. And I was afraid of the submarines. Let's put. We can't do that. Damn. So it's the Italian fleet. Okay. Well, there's not. Well, there's still some. Goddamn. Marines. My other fleet is over here, waiting to dash down to there. Screw it. When playing for you guys, I'm not concentrating as well as I should be. Okay. rebase to here. Let's see if you make it there alive. We'll also send these guys to clear the path. You know, we'll send all of them to clear the path. They'll move faster, I'm sure, but big path clearing. A stupid build be using fuel that they'll need for the war, no matter if they sink. Yeah, absolutely. And your operating tempo. Wasn't that tar? Oh, could be. I'm not sure because there is like up here. I just know that there's good oil here, and I know there's good oil down here that needs little or no refining to be able to use in ship's boilers. You can just do it. Now, it's better if it's refined, even just minimally, because it gets rid of impurities that would just, you know, as you burn it, would stick to the, what would be the, you know, where they're going in to burn it, and the fuel lines and whatnot, and the chamber where they're burning it, and it just gunks up the system, and eventually it'll make your systems not work. But you can get in there periodically, and you know, gotta let everything cool down, obviously, so you're not ready to go steaming out, but you can get in there and you get people to scrub it out and keep using it that way. But you still have to turn, you know, for aviation fuel or just about any fuel, even basic diesel, you have to do some level of refining. But you know, sort of in a desperation situation like Japan was in, you do have options. You do have options. Okay, they're pushing on you. Fine, that's cool. Oh, we lost a motor torpedo boat out here. Off. Where? Oh, you're shadowing some British fleet from somewhere. No, you weren't supposed to be way out here. You're supposed to be up somewhere else, I'm sure. Okay, Panzer Grenadier Division. Shattered by probably overuse of them. Defending here or something. Okay. We'll probably maybe there. Okay, so then, okay, we got a couple of good. You're coming there. Hopefully they'll defend well enough there. You can fall back over time. You come up to there. So yeah, there's definite improvements with Hearts of Iron 4. But I agree there's a lot to criticize. That's sort of why I'm still playing this. I mean, I could live without the, you know, better command structure. At least I consider it better. And I could even live without the nice counters that we have here versus what they have. But yeah, there's just enough of that all added together is what really makes it for me that I still like this the best. Okay, hopefully you're getting, yeah, not prioritize for upgrades, but you will get upgrades. Okay, okay, well, no, we're gonna fall back here. We're gonna fall back here. We're gonna stop attacking there. We're going to stop reinforcing there. You're going to fall back into here, fall back into there. Yes. You're going to just wait just a little bit. Because we have mountains here. This is plains. This is plains. Mountains we can hold in. Cities we can hold in. Hills behind a river we can hold in. Swamp behind the river we can hold in. So these four will be a better place to hold, and we'll probably, well, we'll have at least one armor type unit here with some anti-tank though there. So here we're doing reasonably good against a lot of forces. Oh, and another thing, you know, okay. People complained about this, you know, pop-ups. So they wanted to make future games, and there are still some pop-ups. I like pop-ups. I want pop-ups like this. Now, I want to, and by default, because if you know, you get the average player, and I get it, you know, filthy casuals, but no, but you know, if I was building a game, I want everybody to play it. I want every single person on the planet to play the game I build, whatever the game is. Now, I know not everyone's going to play whatever game I would build, but I want everybody to play it. And if there's all these pop-ups, I have to deal with these pop-ups, they're terrible. Okay, well, then I would turn all or most off by default. You know, now whether you have important ones like, oh, there's, you know, which I think is a super important one is, and you can even have an alarm go off, you know, if there's like a naval landing, you know, or something like that. We're being invaded. Pay attention over here, you know, player. Okay, you know, you may still want to have some pop-ups where, you know, sound alarms or whatever, but I like pop-ups. Here, I think these are good. I think these are fine. I am happy. I'm truly happy with these. What I'm not happy is that they all sort of show up here in the middle, because as I'm going to go click and I end up clicking on one of these things. Now, if they sort of popped up over here to the side, I'm good, because I mean, sure, I might click over here, you know, I mean, if there's nothing, or like click, you know, down here. Yeah, but most of the time I'm clicking in the center of my map. So if you just move pop-ups, yeah, they give lots of information. I like pop-ups. I think they're cool. And you can now these you can display in log so that they just display down here and don't pop up at all. Or you can have them pop up and pause. Now some of these would be way too many pauses. And so yeah, you can, you know, as game settings, by default, you can have, you know, all these display in some sort of log down here. And it's just you choose to pop them up. And that's what they've tried to move away from, because some players complain about it. And I understand why they're complaining. Now, my complaint is that they're popping up as I'm trying to click on things. So yeah, this is some of the, okay, yeah, we've lost this province, but you're going to go and be able to hold in this city. They're attacking it now, but we fortunately did it before we got too badly hammered. So they'll be able to do that. Yes, that's the notification there. We're attacking up there. Well, hopefully that will be just fine. And all of that there. Okay, well, you move up to the front. Help the Romanians. Fortunately, I didn't give... Oh, Romania has... There in Italy. Okay, well, maybe you guys will keep pushing. We'll support an attack there. And we'll support an attack there. They're defending along there. Gamer loves lollipops a lot. Okay. I'll try to remember to watch that sometime to see what... Okay, yeah, you may be able to hold. We've got forces coming. Okay, you start moving that way, maybe. Okay, you fall back. You fall back. guys are doing good, so you stay there. You're falling back to there, you're holding there. Yep, I do think I could design a brilliant grand strategy game. So if anybody wants to raise the money and fund me in the design, I'm not the programmer of it, I'm not claiming that. I'm just talking about design. We'll get programmers to do it. So if anybody ever wants to, I've got ideas beyond just how to fix Paradox's game. I know I've talked about them before, so I'm not going to talk about them more, but we'll let them sort of break themselves there. They're pushing out of there. So yeah, if any of you guys have the deep pockets or want to promote up. Okay, let's see. Do we have a... Yeah. You can move it to the front line there. I don't know, is this the Lollipop Guild from Willy Wonka or something like that that you're sort of referencing? Okay, you're falling back from, yeah, I know you moved into my area where I... Okay, wait a minute, why are we attacking into there? We shouldn't be. We're just trying to hold out here, okay. A lot of forces. Let's move a couple of these Romanian forces around a bit. Tree, there's holes in the bottom of them. Yeah, I hear you, Beam Slam. I'm just saying, I don't ever plan on like building it really, but I think people would love it. Those that my design doesn't require you to love the detail of playing Black Ice, but would also allow people who want to play that level of detail to play. Okay, we're keep fighting. They keep pushing us back out. We're going back in. We're going back in. We're going back in. Twelfth Infantry Division shattered. Head back to the front. Okay, well, we have a bunch of... we're getting some more subs coming. Okay. Oh, pause. Okay, hold on. Let's see, what do we have here? Okay, they're pushing there, that's fine. Here, they're pushing on these guys, that's alright. Okay, infantry unit command and control is advanced. We'll let that continue. And they're pushing here. Fine, I think we'll hold just fine. We have a lot of stuff in reserve. And then we need to make sure everyone's getting their reinforcements. Oh, we have a tropical island garrison available. The transports are heading east. These guys are going way too fast, but sort of hopefully clearing the way. Now that we have here, what is this battle like? Okay, well, that's sort of what we wanted to do. We lost a lot of transports last time. Let's rebase you down to here. So you'll enter this battle. Eventually, once you leave port, well, I guess maybe the battle's done. Okay, we've won out here in Persia. We've lost in Neville, but we're pushing back in, or we won in Neville, I forget. I didn't pay close enough attention. Okay, you're now holding here against them. We'll see how that goes. They're falling back to there. These guys are coming here. Oh, we actually, did we lose a province here? No. We're all good here. Oh, maybe the Persians pushed in and then fell back. That's probably what happened. Okay. First Infantry Division shattered, and yes. Okay, send you back up that way. Hello, Xander. How you doing? And we cut on sound effects budget, yeah. Yeah. Oh, we have these guys. They should be moving up here. They're weak, but they might be of some use. How are we defending up here? It looks like just fine at the moment. Yeah, it does actually. Here, well, not so fine, but what's going on? Major defeat somewhere. Okay. We won down here. We're pushing on these guys. Okay. Forces are under attack. Yeah, that's where we just won. Here we've won. Here in Volgograd or wherever. Some semi-unpronounceable. Okay, so they pushed us out of here. I really didn't want this to happen. But okay. But I did sort of prepare by having good units sitting behind and these units sitting in the swamp. This has been their major point of pressure here. And then hopefully we'll be able to hold here, or at least along the river here. Now, wondering because we have available one and some more coming tropical island garrisons. No, they don't have to be on tropical islands. They're just sort of optimized for island garrison type work. And I put out here fort defense, pretty good. Well, I see that marsh defense, so you know. Okay, well let's go the ugly but effective map here. Looking for marshes that we're defending in down here. Yeah, but these guys are doing just fine. They're behind a river. I don't think they're going to dislodge us. But here's going to be a thing. So let's come here. Let's put you here because I don't want to put a purely newly deployed unit right there. Like we can see here. Now this isn't maybe the worst choice here, but we're going to go with a defensive commander. And we're going to let him get organized up. How is the tank tech? What's on the main tank that you have in the divisions? Okay, let's check that here. Good thing I'm saving it. This is going to be a long save, so we're probably going to have to restart. Whenever you, again, and I keep saying this, whenever you get these super long saves, just don't touch anything. Most all the time they'll save just fine if you don't, but for some reason, I don't know why, it just takes like forever to save this. And just wait and go. Now, main tank and divisions. Well, divisions are getting upgraded as time goes on, obviously, so don't know what in there, but current production tank. And it just crashed. Yes. No, I'm not surprised. That's one reason I wanted to save it. Okay. Well, I can quickly restart here and show you. Just save it a lot, and whenever you get those long saves, I highly recommend leaving the game and coming back. Don't recommend going. I was planning on doing that anyways. I just wanted to check that before checking, but we'll see here. Come on, it'll load pretty quickly. Come on, it's working. Loading map sprites. You don't see anything, you know it's black. Only because it was a long save. Hello, Sergio. How you doing? Well, don't worry. It's just, and I continued after doing a long save. Whenever you get a long save, just normally quit, come back in. But yeah. This is more stable than 10.33. There are still issues. I'm not sure whether 10.51 is more or less stable. I have not played this far into it on its own. Okay, you hopefully should be seeing something soon. Okay, yeah, you should be. So we're creating the world. Wait for the sun to be back, yeah. Right, okay, single player. Let's just load this up here. Now, when I look at it, the file size for the super long saves is no different than the quick saves, so I don't know why it does that. Whether it's my drive's going to sleep, though I've told them not to, or something, I don't know. Right, let's see. And it happened, I think, because I clicked on armored brigade or brigade attachment and not on this. I think that does. So right now it's figuring that it's a Panzer IV H or J or whatever this is supposed to be here. Let's see, for the SS division, just the same with the SS. Light armor is the 38T, it's thinking. Now, if we come down here for heavy armor, yeah, it's still the Tiger. For what do we have down here? Assault guns. It's the long barrel Stug. For the Martyrs, it's that. We don't have heavy tank destroyers yet, I guess. Which would be, Oliphants and such. Well, I think we're going to end this episode here, though. Come back next time for even more. Not the live stream, though, guys. You don't have to go anywhere. We're going to come back for more Hearts of Iron, and we will see how Dragnok Osten continues. See you next time, everyone. Thanks. Okay, well, your stream's going to go black, not because it's crashing, but I want to take a look at a little bit on make an episode, or maybe two, with the newer version and Black Ice, or Black Ice and Third Reich events. I've learned a lot playing this other campaign about how it works and how better to manage things. Too few ICs. I built too few ICs. Now the main event. Well, don't know if this is the main event, but an event. So no war at this point in it. May take longer to load this one in, I don't know. Waiting for those episodes. Well, good. Very good. Creating checksum. Loading graphics. There you now should be seeing it. Map properly initialized. Single player. Save game. January 1937. What do you need? Face review. Oh, face review. I don't know why no one's supposed to be. I mean, it looks so wonderful. You know, you wouldn't even pay attention to the game. You know, we got to stay focused on the game. Right. Okay. Back to peacetime, you know, springtime for Hitler in Germany type. Okay, we are focusing very much on production of ICs. To see mines, zinc, investment, no. All right. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals, and hello, Lawless. You still watching this in the mornings? I'm not sure. Hello, everyone. This is Gamer1745 with my continuing look, or early look at TRE, Third Reich Events, I should just maybe say, and the current version of Black Ice. Now, I'm seeing we don't have very many free spies, so let's look over here. And we don't need officers really right now, so what we're going to do is we want to continue to build some, but let's do that. And so we're going to play or make an episode or two of this right now. I know a lot of you are watching the other playthrough with 10.41, but I do need to take a look and see how this is all going along. And we have Fleet Auxiliary Carrier Doctrine. Very nice. That is nice, but the big thing is that it will unlock like naval underway replenishment, particularly here, which we want for its extended operations. Okay, we like energy. You want energy, you can have energy. You want metal, you can have metal. Turkey, what does Turkey want? Will you give them medal? Certainly, you can have medal. Now, if you know, I think I'm trying to build a historically based mod. Something based in realism. I sort of saved a little bit of this talk for when I got over to this than playing this other one. One of the viewers posted sort of a set of questions. One was, what divisions do I need to make the game historically correct? And I said, look up an order of battle of Germany. Look that up. Now, I go with, and I had help with this on some of the events, to some ways on dealing with that I don't know if it's historical or not. And he was partially wondering what divisions to build other than the ones given via events. These are only a sampling of stuff. Now, where the AI in Hearts of Iron 3 or 4 falls down badly is the idea of a strategic reserve. It will put all divisions up at the front. That is not how any of this ever worked for any nations. I'll get to that in a moment. So they don't do strategic, even for some place like Germany. They put all the divisions will go to the borders based upon threat assessments by the AI. And humans often play that way. If you'll notice most of my playthroughs, I leave these guys mostly alone. I may sneak them across a little bit of borders, and they did do some of that, but they didn't do much. I don't send my SA occupying the east front. These are very weak units, as we can see here. They will get slaughtered on the east front. If on the front. But they could be. So you can abuse this system. And this is partly what there is the Werecrest system that a Revolver Held has added, which is the sort of training commands, training depots that he's represented on the map with their sort of equivalent of artillery and whatnot that existed. And that's part of what's going on. But they also had the Ersatz army, or the home army in Germany. And that is what Stauffenberg and the revolt and the assassination attempt on Hitler tries to mobilize to arrest the National Socialist organizations like the SS, the SA in Germany. And that's a significant organization. I put a few of those units in events. And some of them get upgrades during the war. One of them is a mountain division that was at the time somewhere here in Austria at the time of the Yugoslav invasion, and it did participate in an offensive manner for the Yugoslav campaign, because it sort of wasn't a well-planned campaign. It was more like, oh shit, we have to add Yugoslavia to our invasion of Greece too. So it was, I don't know if mobilized is the right term, but it was, utilized in the attack. And then basically, my understanding, it goes back to being a home army division, guarding the homeland, but also training up. I do think they weren't specifically training centers like the Werecrest, but they were, manpower was being drawn out of them, as well as manpower sort of giving rest for, soldiers back into it. So there was some shifting of manpower in and out of this. Now, as Germany is collapsing, and there's panzer divisions that are part of this home army. Now, as Germany and the fronts are collapsing, more and more of these divisions were sent out to the front. And obviously, by the time you're getting into Germany and the Volkssturm is being raised, basically all of these home army divisions, one way or another, are now, because we're now defending German borders, are mobilized. But do you include those? Those generally aren't included in most of the other nations. So again, and I only do a sampling of them with TRE. And I don't make TRE to make the game easier, try to make it more historical. So what should be Germany's order of battle? Now you can look at the order of battle of the different campaigns. Poland, the West, here, Fall Gelb, and try to mimic that. That's fine. But part of what you're doing with this game, and not War in the East or War in the West, Gary Grigsby's type thing that just looks at the front, is you're supposed to be making these decisions. And maybe going, oh, well, hey, we could use an extra 3 divisions over here for Poland and prepare for it better. Or, hey, we don't need quite so many standing off against the Soviets. We want a few extra for France or whatever. You're supposed to be doing this. This game is not designed to replicate a specific campaign or the specific war. It is there. So you can look that up. There is difficulty issues, but you can look at the order of battles. That wasn't his first question. His first question is, how many ICs do I need to build to be absolutely historical? God, I don't know. The upgrade lets you have more outgoing strategic resource trades. Yes, I understand. We'll get to some of that in a minute. I don't know how many. I'm sure Hearts... Okay. Yeah, I think I could say. I know Hearts of Iron design team at some point turns the game on and watches the AI play. And they try to have an orders of battle roughly that as their understanding to some historically based orders of battle. And do you have enough ICs to more or less build historical, things? Submarines, aircraft, ships, tanks, whatever, tank unit, whether it's in Hearts of Iron 4 or Hearts of Iron 3, however it's modeled differently. And they play these out. And they try to figure out, well, you need X number of panzer divisions, X number of infantry, a Y number of submarines, and then try to, okay, well, what are the ICs to make that? That's just, sort of, backwards looking attempt at trying to do this. Because I know for a fact that production, particularly pre-war and early war, was, oh, hey, yeah, build us 80 of these Panzer III's model, Panzer IIICs or something like that, or 150 or whatever. Oh, yeah, do it in 3 months? Yeah, do it in 3 months. Yeah, fine. And so they build them, whoever is, Alket or whoever is, building these Panzer III's. And now Alket might have been able to, oh, you want 900 in 3 months? No problem. They just get an order for a particular amount because Germany is not wanting to commit to too many of a particular model of tank, particularly in the early years. I believe it's the same situation for aircraft, for submarines. They want to build a production run and test them out and drive them. As the war is going in the early stages, 1940, all the way through the end of 1940 into 1941, they're, especially after the victory in France, they're going like, hey, we don't want too many more Panzer III's because we're gonna design better tanks for the next war. This war is almost over. They don't quite idle the production lines of some of these. Still they're fighting the Battle of Britain, so they're still worrying about like fighter aircraft, but they're actually sort of like, we're sort of slowing down things here. We're going to get ready for the next war in a few years. Oops, because we go into, Barbarossa and all of that. And so the historical production capacity of Germany is an unknown factor. however well we try to model it in the game. And I'm getting to the point here is, and then of course with mods, Black Ice changes some of the basic parameters of production over the standard game, and then my mods and other mods. So I don't have a clue of what the historical IC, how many historical ICs you could build to then, and then you make the choice whether to build more tanks or more aircraft. And in this game, it obviously be tank units or aircraft units. But in you getting to make the choices on this. And his third question was, should they make, and this is another point I want to address, should you make Japan hard, or no, China hard, hard settings, so that Japan doesn't just steamroll them? And my answer is, again, people have this, if Japan AI, if China isn't artificially weak, excuse me, if China isn't artificially weak, the Japanese AI will get stuck into this war, will build more and more ground units, possibly evaporating all of its manpower. And then when you artificially or whatever declare war on America, it's programmed to declare war on America and Britain, it won't have any and it will also pull off, and again, this goes back to sort of the home army, it will pull off every single division it can to fight that war in China out of Japan and out of any of these islands. This is why there is a technology here. I know I'm covering some of this stuff. I hope it's interesting here. Garrison deployment capacity. These, and you can see here, they all have artificially 1,000 weight. So basically the AI can't move them off. And this is primarily, not entirely, primarily set up for Japan so that they get programmed, orders of battles are created to give them garrison units that they can't move, because otherwise they'll move them off because they won't feel too much of a threat. And they'll move these garrison units in to actually fight on the front lines in China. And so they'll pull all this stuff off. So all sort of mobile divisions will be pulled out of Japan, and they'll all be here. And then, oops, it's been declared war. It's now declared war with a bunch of other people. And so two basic aspects. One, they will focus on a ground army and not build enough aircraft or submarines or ships or whatever. Now, yes, you can throw stuff into the production line, but that clogs up other things. That's sort of a bad way to program it. Where if it wins, so if you want Japan to be super weak, have China historical. Now, that's the way it's supposed to be played if a human is playing as Japan. But this mod has designed to make China weak so that Japan wins. Yeah, it's unhistorical, but then gives, whether it's humans playing as the Allies, or if you're playing as Germany, to give the ally AI a bit of a fight in the East. That is something it has to concern itself with instead of focusing purely on Germany. So that's sort of one of the unhistorical things that Black Ice does. I don't touch, really. I mean, there's a few, mostly Manchurian or Manchukuo events, and relating with Germany and supplying of aircraft to Manchukuo, but a few other things, not really war-related, more propaganda-related, dealing with Japan and Germany. So, yeah. Now, what is Ragar saying? What about finding numbers of workers in tank factories and calculating assembly line efficiency? That you can show. Okay, but the records don't exist. German production generally maxed out mid-44, and that was under the pressure of Allied bombings and shortages, but Hitler didn't want to do a full war economy until virtually too late. Absolutely being Sam. And see, and part of what we have here, and I know I'm talking about this, and this is part of the reason I wanted to play this, partly to look at the game, but also to bring up these subjects, is Because like as I said, I'm a game designer. Now I'm just designing on top of somebody else's work. Other modders, the Black Ice team, not current and in past generations, and of course on top of the Paradox people that made this game. I'm not starting from scratch, but I am designing on the game. I am tweaking and doing stuff. This isn't just flavor events to give you interesting factoids about World War II, which could be, but I do much more than that with Third Reich events. So this isn't justifying, it's more explaining what and why I'm doing things. Is yes, you have some of these economic laws, full mobilization, war economy, later being able to go up to total mobilization. And you can see there's just generic big jumps, 10%, 25%. And so as Beam Slam is talking about, you have the... now, we don't know how many people worked in a tank factory. How do we know that for Germany? We might have the records and be able to find it out in America, but we don't know what it is for Germany, because so much of that records are just gone. They burned, they destroyed. Now, what Germany did, lots of that destruction, at the end of the war of documents, but a lot just also got destroyed in the bombings and other things. Now, I'm sure there are records surviving, but we as game designers, and including Paradox, don't have access to those documentations. Not that somebody from Paradox can't, get in a plane or take a ferry or whatever, go to Germany. But they're just, and not that they can't even get access to some of these archives, whether it's IG Farben's archives or, does Ford Motor Company, what about all their archives? They made, the Opel trucks or whatever. Yeah, Ford had major factories, and TRE covers them in Germany that, to the best of my knowledge, they were never national. I mean, they were put under national control, absolutely, but they were still considered property of Ford Motor Company, and they were still being paid into a fund, German, Nazi Reichsmarks, which are worth nothing at the end of the war, but they were still being paid for the products coming out of the Ford Motor Company. If those records still exist, does Ford Motor Company want you to look through them? But maybe Mercedes-Benz has an open-door policy to look at their wartime records and see how much slave labor and non-slave labor and how efficient and blah, blah, blah. Some of the records may exist, but even if we have access to it, who is doing the work? So even if literally... Hello, Marcel. Good to have you here. So even if the records exist... And even if the records are generally accessible by researchers, maybe not general members of the public, but some sort of researchers, and a game designer would be qualified as that, it's the time it takes to dig through all of those records and come out. Now, most of that is what I take as accessible is either what I can find online or what I can easily put on my bookshelf. Like I bought some years ago, The Last Year of the German Army, and it covers the last year of the German Army and its collapse. Now, I've not read it because I bought it. Well, this would be great for developing modding works for the collapse of Germany. Mostly, I haven't focused on the collapse of Germany. It's not a big book, but it's a book and it covers it. So I could look up, yes, Opel, yeah. So, there are lots of records out there, but we don't generally have access. What we have access to are published works, basically, whether published online or published in books. And I don't know that I have more books on World War II than the developers at Paradox for Hearts of Iron 4, because I don't know any of them to know, do they have? I don't know, do I have 1,000 books on World War II? I mean, I have multiple hundreds of books on World War II. I don't know if I quite get to 1,000 books, but, well more than 200 books on World War II I have on my shelves. Well more than that. I don't know. Yeah, I probably don't have over 1,000. But quite honestly, I don't know how many books on World War II, but more than 100. Oh, yeah. Volkswagen. Well, Volkswagen are the makers of the Kübelwagen during the war. That's basically all they do. They convert their starting production, their peacetime starting production, over to making the Kübelwagen. And so you have like Beamslam talking about between bombing of factories, whether final assembly factories or like the Schweinfurt raids on the ball bearing factories, on a component production, on bombing of steel mills and whatnot. So 44. What convinced me, and I know it's a book of self-justification, but I do believe there's a lot of facts, and I learned a lot about the inner workings, how the workings of the higher levels of the National Socialist regime through Albert Speer's Inside the Third Reich. Great book, highly recommended. Now, I read that back in high school, so I don't remember it. I still have it on my shelf. I've building my mod. I've looked 2 or 3 things up in it over the time of building my mod. So I mean, I really haven't gone in. So it's not so much the details of any particular thing, but just sort of how the cliques work and sometimes shifting alliances within, the hierarchy of the National Socialist government, who had lots of influence, who didn't have influence. All of that type of stuff all sort of goes into it. But hey, John, how you doing? My day is going great. So seeing like 44 is sort of the peak production, and I agree, that was about the peak production, total war economy. But theoretically, they could have started that in 1938. Because we see things sort of like that in the Soviet Union. Not that it would have. Yeah, excellent book, and it's a lot of self-justification for Speer and both, of all kinds of stuff. And it's a an apologetica, or however you want to say it, for Speer. And so you got to take it. And I probably, he probably overestimates his brilliance in the book or whatever, I don't know, but you still learn a lot about the National Socialist regime and learn a lot about the production. But there would have been societal upset to mobilize Germany in the complete total war, that you're doing in 44 in 1938. But you could have gone 2 or 3 steps towards it more in 1938, and you definitely could have gone once that war with France starts. Now, you don't turn it on in a day, in a week, in a month, but you could have started turning on in 1939 once you're at war with France. And so that by September of 1940, it is fully there. And if you're Hitler and you're going to go east, you keep it going, even though just justifying, hey, we're still at war with Britain, we're doing, even though France is defeated, we're still doing, the total war production capabilities. But you could get that turned on because there wouldn't be that much bombing, there wouldn't be that much whatever going on in 39 through 40 as there was, because it really, Speer really only comes into it really in 1942, and he's constantly struggling. We want to shut down this thing in this Gau out here, but this Gauleiter won't do it because, or convert it to something else or whatever, and manpower is being wasted and production's being wasted in this Bierstein factory. Well, we need Biersteins. No, we don't. And he's constantly fighting all this stuff, and these people come and complain to Hitler, and sometimes Hitler supports him, sometimes they don't, sometimes and he's constantly doing this, or his apparatus. Well, you could have more state support for it, and still. So we know there's all kinds of problems. So this is why I look at it as being, thank you, John, is we don't know what the capacity of German production was. We can make guesses, and they can be highly informed guesses, well-educated guesses, but we don't know. So we can't do that. Now, if you come down to, what was, the tanks, either the tanks sent or the tanks delivered to, North Africa at different stages, yeah, that's all doable. So we can, if you get what units were used in the invasion of Greece and Yugoslavia, and that's fairly easy to war game. It's this grand strategy that gets hard. And this is one of the things I was thinking about. Those who have been watching live stream earlier, I was playing the East Front campaign continuation. We were getting bombed out in some of these places. Now, this is all in Luft Zone West or whatever it's called, and TRE, and there is a cost to it. It's not free. We can see some of the cost. TRE Pioneer Program is the basic 3% ICs down. Is that how much it should be? I don't know. That's just a wild ass guess on my part, wanting to make it costly for multiple years, because this, it's not just, it's going on. It'll go until about 1940 or something. So 3% of ICs. It's just a guess. But there will be other events that will have costs, like in steel and other elements for. That Pioneer Program is what it was called, to building the West Wall. Well, part of it is building a bunch of anti-aircraft cannons, mostly 88 millimeters. And so a lot of these places with TRE, you don't get them free, like I just pointed out, but you get, at a cost, you'll get this sort of zone with a bunch of it. And I forget whether it's level 1 or level 2 AA, but you'll get this. You don't get this you don't get it quite blanket done with black ice. So I'm trying to make good guesses. I would, if somebody wants to come at me with an informed opinion, it should cost more, it should cost less. They shouldn't put AA here, but put AA in Bonn or whatever. I'm very happy to consider adjusting things, but I have Hitler in here. Okay. What about Audi? Audi was part of Auto Union, which they were a major vehicle producer during the war. That Auto Union basically ends up being, I think, post-war organized into Audi, but they were one of the companies in Auto Union, a union of automobile manufacturers. Basically, it was. I think it was Ford Motor Company. I don't know if there was Chevrolet in Germany, maybe a German factory. Ford Motor Company, Mercedes, Auto Union. I'm talking for, major truck production, cars or trucks. I think that was it. Now, eventually you got Tatra from Czechoslovakia that comes into play, and some other stuff. But sorry, I don't remember all of it. But so I'm trying to build TRE to give a realistic experience of World War II. And so that's sort of, and I wanted to talk about, partially setting this, just sort of set up to talk about this and what my mod is trying to do. And it's sort of an experience of the game where I wasn't able to take Moscow in the first year, which normally doesn't happen for me. Now, one of the big changes is this here. All these spawn penalties. Where before, the units would let's, we want to move that up. Move that up to there. Where before I would just sort of, like what I'm doing here, is constantly move the production down to the bottom of the production queue to then eventually get it into production once I got the ICs done. We give the metal, and now that's sort of historical. Now, what is the plausible? And this is the other big unknown is, the war doesn't come as a surprise. The war in September of 1939 with Britain and France comes as a bit of a surprise. Hitler gambles, and he knows it's a gamble because he has the peace treaty with Soviets to keep the Soviets out of the war in Poland, or to get them into the war, but on his side, taking their half of Poland as it worries. And so he knows that Britain and France might honor their defense agreements with Poland. They didn't with Czechoslovakia, but they might do it this time. You never know. So that comes as a surprise to Hitler. But the idea that the war is coming is not a surprise to Hitler. and the top Nazis. The Horsbach Memorandum clearly states that, the war is coming. They know it. Now, you have, if you want to play, and that's a cool way to try to play, and so I can't answer whether TRE gives you more or less, or should you build ICs or shouldn't you build more ICs to get the historical level of production capability. I'm sorry, I can't give you a number. I can't. I don't know what it should be. But I personally also believe that Germany could have expanded its ICs more than it did. So there's the historical amount of production, capabilities. But we also know, because like the Nibelungen works, the tank factories, they build those during this period. So it's not like there's pre-existing tank factories and that's what they use. No, they're building new major production works that expand tank production. I just know tank production better than some of the other facets. So I'm presuming this is going on with building more aircraft factories, submarine development factories. At what point, how much more could they, and I'm sure they could have, expanded production capabilities? That is a major thing. Now, am I as a player overly spamming this? Probably. Yeah, I'll admit that. This is partially a game. But I'm having to fight the game of the AI, And so, but definitely some of this was going on. What is the historical level? I'm not sure. How much more could they have made than the historical level? I'm not sure. This is one of the things I do sort of think is better in Hearts of Iron 4, in that you build both, or you build multiple types of factories, and only some of them can build other factories. And you can switch them back and forth. So, okay, more fuel supplies. So, yeah, I don't think TRE makes the game too easy or whatever for his history based, but I do think, I don't know. Don't know if it makes it. I don't know. I probably, if somebody did the math from all of the event given things, even with their costs in there, most of the time there's costs. It'll probably be easier than standard black ice. Probably, but I'm not sure of that. Okay, most of these are fairly well done. And so that's my sort of explanation of what I'm doing, what I'm trying to do with TRE. And do remember with TRE that to start, I take away 10% of Germany's ICs. So until late in 36, you're actually at a 10% hit to your ICs. And that's partially because Schacht and others weren't trying to build a war machine. They were definitely, Schacht was definitely on board with the idea of strengthening Germany's armed forces, but he was also trying to strengthen, shall we say, the civil economy as well. He's got a free Finch. What type of tanks was the? What type of tank was the Paula tank? A Tiger? I don't know. Oh, you're talking about War Thunder, maybe? The will TRE go one day? If not, that is fine. Well, I did make the mod for partial production for Hearts of Iron 4, but two reasons. One, I want to get paid for my effort and work. And two, I don't have a strong enough interest just to make it as a mod for Hearts of Iron 4. It's one thing updating, it's one thing adding, another 10 or 20 events to TRE for Hearts of Iron 3. So if I can ever work out, and I have contacted way back when their answer was not yet, for the idea of TRE becoming some sort of DLC. So if I can work out something with hearts with Paradox, yeah. If they want to, they got my information. If they want to go tomorrow, hey, we want TRE. Can you build it out for Hearts of Iron 4? Yep, I'll get right on that. I got it partially. I mean, and the version currently that I do have is not playable with all the updates. It has to be massively reworked. So it's not like, oh, release it. No, it got a lot of work just to be able to release what's going on. So I don't know if it'll ever come out as a mod. The main aim for a relative comparable production is to match the 39 production, then it can be scaled up at a quicker rate than historical choices possible. Yeah, I hear you, Beam Slam, and that wouldn't be a bad idea. Okay, twin engine armament research advance, which allows twin engine fighter prototype. So we're going to stop that. And we're going to come down here and do twin engine fighter prototype. Because there are many, many hours go into building the mod. I love doing it, but still. Now, thank you very much. Now, Beam Slam, if you come to the conclusion that I've come to the conclusion of, that Germany will lose the war if they only produce the historical level up to 3940, and they don't really expand production prior to the war, they will lose the war. If the war unfolds sort of like it does historically, meaning you declare war on Poland, the Western Allies jump in on that war, and then if you attack the Soviet Union prior to defeating Britain or the Soviet Union, because my understanding of it's, and I believe it, I know it was coded this way, Black Ice is coded that if you take London and you're not yet at war with the Soviet Union comes into the war. So you're going to get a two-front war if you take London, I believe, or it's some collection of provinces in Britain. So I just know that if you go after here, you should be getting a two-front war with Black Ice, and you better be prepared for that. So you might, yeah. So Germany is lost, and I'm not interested in, well, you know, if the game works well, works right, and you know Germany's lost, what's the point of playing? We can hold out for an extra 6 months? Or what? So this is, yeah, that's what they did. And so if you just want to play the losing war over and over and over, I want to play the plausible what-if scenarios. Not, well, what if Martians came down, or what if Germany had 10 times the production and they found a unlimited oil supply sitting in the middle of their country? You know, unreasonable things like that. Okay, I'm not interested in pushing those kinds of ideas. Now, some people commented, you got a lot of oil. Well, I'm paying for this oil through building of supplies and trading them off. What other now? 37 technologies that I want to do. Well, okay, that will... Escorts. Okay, let's do Huffduff. High frequency direction finding. So I don't think it comes down to generalship, why Germany wins or loses. I just don't think that's the answer. I just don't think Germany... Oh, wow, good. Let's pop up and pause these in the future. American blueprints stolen. Our spies have stolen plans that let us improve our abilities in carrier light anti-aircraft artillery. Not that it's really going to benefit us, giving the following effects. We're probably not going to build many of those, but cool. We're not doing more zinc mines at the moment. This game does not well simulate politics. Yes, sort of, if you lose enough victory point hexes, that symbolizes a collapse of a country. Yeah, okay. That works. And that's sort of that. There is the great what if, if a few battles turned a little differently, moving into the Eastern Front, if you'd driven straight to Moscow, does that make a Soviet political collapse happen? Maybe, but that's just a maybe. Small caliber anti-tank machine gun. So if you don't have medium velocity, we want to research. So let's just say, take Moscow. This game was designed. Take Moscow. Roll a d6. On a 1 or a 2, Soviet Union offers surrender terms of some sort. You can choose to accept them or not. Now, so there's, a 30% chance that if you take Moscow in the first, within the first year, campaign season, whatever, not maybe eventually, or maybe even eventually, or maybe it's a 50-50 chance if it takes it, in the first year of the attack, the first campaign season, first 6 months or whatever it is. There's a 50-50 chance of the Soviet Union offering surrender terms. Now, if you don't accept them, they'll fight on, but maybe even a diminished capacity or something if you take Moscow. And if you take Moscow at any time, there's a 1d6 chance, 15% chance basically, that the Soviet Union will surrender. But you roll the dice once just to sort of represent a possible political collapse of the Soviet Union at that point. So without something like that could have happened, what ifs in real life, I don't see the Barbarossa army, because it's just too exhausted. Now, there's without significantly changing things like production. And obviously, we see, and as Beamslam was talking about, they only reluctantly, and only after the best of my understanding, and it's been years since I've read it, so anybody can correct me if I'm wrong now in chat or later on the situation is, it's only with the winter of 1941 does Hitler really see putting it into a true wartime economy. They try, with rationing, they try to keep the peacetime economy going as much as they can because of lack of popular support for the war with France and Britain. They're trying to satisfy the domestic needs of the German people for not necessarily like luxury goods, but just shoes instead of boots for soldiers, clothing instead of uniforms for soldiers, whatever it might be. They're really trying to do what they can to satisfy the civilian production market. And then once France is defeated, it's like, well, hey, most of the war is over, so they actually cut back, like I've said already, cut back on military production and continue civilian production. Now, Hitler knows, and some of the very top Nazis know, that just because you have some generals, war room planning out a Barbarossa campaign doesn't mean that it's ever going to be implemented, because they're planning it out for now, and then in 6 months or a year, some other group of generals will come in and plan out another one, and plan out another one, and for the one day, eventually, we may go to war with the Soviet Union, but that could be 2 or 3 years down the road from what even the top generals are doing. And sure, you go, well, the German army should just know because they're putting all the troops on the Soviet border. Don't know if you're hearing the trash truck or whatever's outside. Saturday should be a trash truck. I don't know what it is. Something. Can't quite see from my window, but it's just down the block. The mere fact that the great bulk of the German army is, and I'm not talking like the 30 days prior to it. I'm talking, months leading up to it. It's just the biggest threat, because hell, Britain isn't, might be doing raids, and they've got lots of divisions sitting along, spread out along the coast, dealing with British commando raids, but Britain isn't going to be launching a major raid. Italy's an ally. Who's going to be attacking? The Soviet Union. So it's not even apparent, to the best of my knowledge, to relatively high-ranking generals that it's already been decided that we're going in. Now, technically, it'd be called off, but I guess had America jumped into the war, Hitler might, early enough, Hitler might have called off the Barbarossa, going, oh shit, now Britain has a real ally. We've got to be prepared to fight them. So long as you're going, they can't quite tell everybody that they're going to war with the Soviet Union. So Hitler keeps a lot of civil production going and limiting military production. And this is 1941. And it isn't until the winter disaster, the pushback from Moscow, a significant loss of life. I don't want to minimize the loss of life, but for the German soldiers, but even a greater loss in equipment and supplies, because so much of it just has to be abandoned, maybe destroyed, but abandoned, but left there and retreated because the soldiers had to fall back against the Soviet counteroffensive. And it's only in response to that does Hitler make Todt armaments minister and really give him the assignment of get production up and going vigorously. And then he dies in the airplane crash, and Speer is put in charge as his replacement. And for the greater world, Speer is almost a nobody, including German production. He's well known by Hitler, and he is shown to be a reasonably good organizer of the limited amount of construction activities that he's done, mostly the Brown House is sort of the early one, but mostly in and around major buildings in Berlin, like the Reich Air Ministry, the Reich Chancellery, and whatever. Those are Speer's projects. Yeah, he's using organization Todt workers, and he's using NSKK driver units, driving trucks, moving supplies. But he's organizing those up. It's Todt who gets it first, because he's starts out really is organizing up and managing the building of the Autobahn, and then later the West Wall, and then starting some of the projects on the some of the early West Wall, or the Atlantic Wall stuff, even before it's really the Atlantic Wall. So it's only those and that's too late, is sort of the point. That's at earliest, I would say, would be winter 41. Do they really start? Because Hitler is just convinced that you kick the door in, the house of cards, the Soviet Union is going to fall down, and his panzers are, his army is advancing well enough that it appears to him, so he's not worried about production. And so that's too late. So if I can't ramp up production in my mind prior, and 36 is a good year in my mind to start that, because that's when you're starting to get conscription in Germany. You're occupying, militarizing the rest of the Rhineland, though you've already in 35, only in 35 have you gotten full control back, not militarized, but full control back to the Saarland here. So up until 35, France is still basically administering this, and to some degree sucking off resources from the Saarland. So that's just in 35. So you really, it's 36 is the key year. And so that's why to some degree, whatever I do, and yes, this is a bit spammy, a bit overdone, we're just building factories, I'll admit that. But at least half of this should be being done, if we're talking even real history capabilities, starting in 36. Is starting to push this out in 36, starting to really ramp up production capabilities. To increase production, take it out of manpower for the army, the ones that get killed, KZ prisoners, which is not very effective. True. Gamer, among your books, do you have Forgotten Soldier by? I don't think so. So a lot of the books I bought and read, bought a book, read it, bought a book, read it, bought a book, read it. But periodically I've come across secondhand sales, and very cheaply. Oh, you've got 20 books on World War II and they're 50 cents a piece. Yeah, I'll take them. At least all the ones I don't recognize that I have in my collection. So I've collected a bunch of stuff that I haven't read. But so I don't know that I haven't read that book. I can tell you that, David. Mobilize women. Oh, the Nazis mobilize women too for production. Oh yes, the Nazis prior to the war are trying to get women into the household and out of the at least industrial workforce, and in a limited capacity. Now the Nazis always recognize the outstanding woman. Okay, they're not against the idea of the outstanding woman. And I just coined that term right now. I don't know if they've ever used it. And I'm thinking of like Hannah Reich, the pilot, the test pilot. And then we have Ellie Beinhorn, who was more of a long distance, less of a test pilot. And you have, I forget the one woman in charge of the Nazi women organization, and a few other. They're always willing for the idea of the outstanding woman in society that will break the norms, and they can pal around with Hitler and be part of the elites and be shown off to be that. So they're not down on women at all. In fact, they highly praise women in the Nazi ideology stuff. And they're not against women operating in the workforce, even in the civilian economy, but they see it as I'm sort of changing what I'm saying as I'm thinking about this. They see the primary or the best use for women in society is in the home, raising children. And they may be right about that. The best use, not the only use that they should have, but that's sort of the best. I think women raising children. My mother did not work outside of the home. She was an artist. She was a calligrapher. In the olden days, because photos didn't necessarily print up very well for flyers for real estate houses. Because I remember as a kid sitting in the car, she would go, and I'd sit there with her. She would go and sit in front of somebody's house and do a line ink, do it in sort of pencil or whatever, and then do a drawing of the house for the real estate brochure, because they would put flyers out, pass them around the neighborhood, do whatever. This is before the web, obviously, and so just some photos. One wouldn't print up necessarily well, but even then, your imagination can do better with doing, because you're sort of removing the neighbors' houses. You're sort of idealizing the house. It's still accurate, but you're sort of cleaning things up a little bit, making it look a little better with a line. And she'd do that. And it'd take her hours to sit there, and I would sit in the back of the car and read or whatever. And this is when I was pretty young. Once I was older, I was allowed to stay at home. But so she'd go do that, and then spend hours at home at a drawing board, inking it out. And she also did calligraphy projects. She had some level of income, but most of the income was provided by my dad and his work. So, that's probably the best solution, I think. I think the feminists have lied to us that all women should be in the workforce. Now, that doesn't mean women shouldn't be in the workforce. That doesn't mean women shouldn't have the opportunity and be welcome in the workforce. I just sort of agree that probably the best use is women raising the families at home. Best use. And I would say that is sort of what is going on in the West as well at this time. Now, once the war starts up, it doesn't take, and even before the war starts up, there are women in light industry. They probably don't get into heavy industry, steel production or something, or coal mining, really at all in Germany. And women are definitely, working rurally, on the farm, doing farm labor. But those are rural women. But very early on, the BDM, the older girls in that, are like they are in Britain and other places, shipped out to farms to do basic farm labor. They are, it was, I think, during World War One. I think it was Mauser during World War One first puts women into rifle production, on the rifle production lines, not as a secretary or a filing clerk or whatever in the factories, but actually, in armaments production. For Mauser in World War One, and this happens again in World War Two. It's just not talked about as much, and it's definitely not the ideological best use for a woman. But I've been collecting recently a bunch of photos, just on digital stuff online, of a bunch of Helferin or women helpers for the Kriegsmarine. And they weren't on battleships, but they were, helping with the, port duties of whatever. So there's a fair amount of women working. And now they get mobilized. Not as dramatically as Britain, but I would say more dramatically than America, ultimately. America, there's a lot more propaganda about women workers, I think, than German propaganda about it. Okay. Großdeutschland division is good, yes. Recommended reading list of Commandant of the United States. Okay, very good, David. There may be truth in that when the children is young, but in wartime, passive work. Oh, well, see, now, I'm talking just, okay. Yeah, see, there's the Nazi ideology, and then there's wartime realities. Nazi ideology does not want central planning for anything. Hitler is against central planning. Fascism likes central planning. They want to know that every year you need, let's say, 1 million shoes made for your country. So they want to make 1 million shoes in a variety of sizes. Hitler wants the competition between shoe manufacturers. He does not want a single organizers of shoe production in Nazi ideology. This is where, and the more I've looked into it, including watching the stuff from TIK, and the more I've looked into it, I was taken in originally that Nazism is just fascism plus racism. No. They're both totalitarian systems. They're both bad. That being said, Nazism, National Socialism, is different than fascism. Both fascism and National Socialism are a type of socialism, but they are not, I will agree with this, they are not Marxist leveling socialism, meaning they're not trying to make everyone equal in societies. They're both corporate, they're corporate, and I don't mean corporate like as in corporate, business corporations, but they're both corporate type ideologies. There are collectivist ideologies. They are both fascism and Nazism are both willing to have hierarchical organizations, hierarchical incomes, but so long as all of the people in society are well taken care of. The Nazis, very early on, for the right type of people, not Jews, not communists or other peoples. For the right type of people, they work very hard in public housing. They clear out the ghettos that have always existed in places like Berlin. Some of the buildings are still standing, but they clear them out. The buildings are still there, but they go from 6 or 8 people occupancy in a room or a couple of rooms down to 1 or 2. They clear it out. They clean it up. They put plumbing in there, and they build new housing for lower income or unemployed people of the right types. So the Nazis are socialist in that aspect, but the Nazis always want to maintain a competitive market for things. They don't want capitalism, but they want that sort of competing shoe manufacturer kind of thing. I'm using that just as an example. They don't want to have it centrally planned, or they don't want to have one shoe manufacturer, megacorp, for Germany. That may be for fascist Italy. And then not private, or we're not, hierarchically owned, meaning someone can have more stock than somebody else in it. Soviet Union, purely government owned shoe manufacturer, factory or corporation, or however you want to call it in the Soviet Union. They want to see a competing things. Now, because of the war, Speer is trying to get rid of that. Not that Speer disagrees with that. He wants all boot manufacturers to be organized, because all shoe manufacturers become boot manufacturers in essence, or they're making the leather cartridge belts, or the leather belts, or other sort of leather goods that soldiers wear. The helmet liners, whatever. So all shoe manufacturers, and it takes time for I've been talking about this. Takes time for Speer to get in control of this, but he is trying to organize it and centrally plan boot production. So you don't have competing. You may have different factories making boots, but you're not trying to they're not trying to bid each other down or up or whatever. I'll make boots cheaper than that company, or I'll make, no, he's trying to get it all organized up. So the reality, Nazi ideology versus the realities of the war. So on the women's situation, it's the realities of the war change, not their ideology, but change the immediate use of women in the workforce. So that is how I would argue the difference is. So you have to try to look and understand the ideology, and then look at the sort of practical how it was implemented. Hope that's understandable to everybody and not short-barreled too far in advance for right now. And artillery unit command and control. Okay, we're at 37, I know, but we're going to come to that, get that going. Let's just get armor up there, and we'll get back to... Yes. They built the... for 1936, the Winter Olympic sports facilities. For a few years, including into the war, they continued to hold winter sports competitions there. So, Garminch Part 10 Concurrenzsitzen. Yes, okay. Simple German spelling. One of Speer's projects prior to him, as architect for Hitler, is build the Paris Exposition Pavilion and there's the model of it. Speer's touching it. Hitler's looking on. How big? Do we want to do it or not? Yes, we will pay for that. Again, you can decide not to do this or do this. You might get a bonus if you do it. Okay, we're going to reorganize the war industry and expand our heavy industry. Saarbrücken, good. We already should be maxing that out, more heavy industry. The two traits fascism and National Socialism have in common are socialism and totalitarianism. Absolutely. Everything else, central planning, religion, organization of society, view of the world, are different, if not opposite to some. Absolutely, Van Bishop. I agree with that statement. That statement is completely accurate. Yes, that is my current understanding of both fascism and National Socialism and how they are similar and or different. And yeah, I am not saying just because they're different, they shouldn't be defeated. Now, I will say, and this is going to be Gamer saying something controversial here. In limited circumstances, for limited time, for a country either going under great stress, which can be moving from a human or animal labor agrarian society moving into some level of industrial society, maybe just industrial farming, buying tractors from foreign sources and putting them into your use, a fascistic, including the elements of taking care of the poor and the needy, because you may have a large population that are I'm thinking of things like Spain during this time period, where you have a large population of workers who use hand tools to farm fields, that you're putting them out of work by putting machinery in there, and you don't have immediately ready industrial or other jobs to go. And instead of capitalism in where, well, they just get to starve or something, you have a plan, so you have a fascistic, trying without being fascism of total control or totalitarianism. Mussolini never gets total control of, there's always a king above him. He never implements totalitarianism in Italy. He definitely implements authoritarianism. But if you're going through a situation like that, and you're going through a massive societal change, not where you see like in Britain or like in Germany, where that is over many years the industrialization happened. I'm thinking often like in the third world, in a modern sense. Yeah, a fascistic type thing, but not as a goal, not as a objective, good way of being. It's more like, oh, hey, we have all these people, they raise goats. Well, we're going to destroy the goat economy because we're going to be bringing in food from, and so you build a planned economy for a short time. Now, the hard part is getting away from that. Hello, Das KU fan. I'm sorry, but we're talking about World War II and societies and cultures. So, some fascistic elements can be useful, but I am not a fascist. I am a sort of market economist, and I don't want monopolies. So people that criticize capitalism, well, if you let companies, monopolies or even duopolies, two companies controlling things, is a bad element. So if you let capitalism, if the government situation doesn't keep competition going in markets, whether it's the markets, any particular market, if it becomes controlled by any one industry or two industries, companies, whatever, that is a problem. So you have to. I'm not a purist on anything, but I am a market capitalist as the best. Just Desky, okay, that's easier to say. Single engine airframe research. So yeah, I do have that controversial opinion that there is a usefulness. Now, I have no usefulness for racism. And camps and putting people into them and all the totalitarianism that comes along with a lot of this stuff. I think it's bad. I think it's bad, 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 bad. You don't get any sort of support for me with any of that. So, yeah. Where communism definitely has the impulse, whether it's carried out well or not, to try to take care of the common man or woman or whatever, but we call it the common man in English, in times of stress, like I was talking about, feeding the poor, feeding the hungry. Now, of course, it has the impulse, but we can see the Holodomor where they try to starve out the Ukrainians. So in actuality, it's a bit different. But we see that. But the problem, the evils of that, at its core, its fundamental, even in basic practice, is not it is the idea of that equality in outcome is a good thing, and that the state is going to attempt to achieve it by taking away stuff, money, food, whatever, from those who also have it. And that is what is evil. It's the leveling. I sort of use the term from the 17th century in Britain, levelers. They were the group of people. They didn't want it. They wanted everybody equal. Now they weren't communist as far. Well, some might have been communist. So it wasn't, but it really wasn't like everyone was going to comment. The general leveling philosophy wasn't like everyone was going to in common hold all the land or hold all the means of production. It was, oh well, everyone's going to have the same size of farm. And there were going to be no lords, and everyone was going to have the same size of shoe shop, because they weren't, they manufactured, they didn't have large factories generally back then, so it was all going to be equal, but sort of equally owned, and then, competing within it. They did not want to have a hierarchical outcomes. So the leveling aspect, ideology often is pragmatism is dull, but much, well, and as you can sort of tell, is like I was talking about, sort of a pragmatic solution for, because we can look at what do you do if there is, okay, let's just say that, because you may remember the videos and coming out of Fukushima in Japan with the tidal wave coming in from the earthquake. What if you had a much larger event for a country like Japan that, let's say 40% of the people survived, from some massive disaster? You think market economics is the best way to deal with the disaster and get Japan back on its feet? No, that isn't. You have to have a centrally organized system to, if you will, stem the bleeding. Get aid where, food aid. I'm not just talking emergency medical aid. I'm talking about general food aid into, and sustainable for a while. Food aid into it, and how to set up systems to distribute it. I'm presuming importing food into Japan or someplace like that for a while, that they're not feeding themselves. And so by doing that, you wreck the farming market. You realize whenever we send large groups of aid to Africa or to Haiti or whatever else, yes, we're feeding starving people, and that is a good thing, but we're also destroying at the same time the local food production economy. All those guys go out of work in essence because no one wants to buy their food because they get free food from the aid companies. And so now they're without, and we're not talking about rich guys, we're talking guys with hand tools out there that are farming normally, that they make themselves. We're not talking about big industrial things. So when you come in with big aid, like big pharma, big aid, you destroy things. Now, maybe the big aid is better. The destruction it does is better than the other destruction. I'm not saying it isn't, but you have to be aware of that. And then you have to design your aid not to disappear from one day to the next, but to taper down so that the local economy, local food growth production economy can at least get back into some sort of shape. And so that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, is where some of what the Italians were saying, and I'm very afraid because somebody's either going to clip this someday or try to attack me in a bad way. Some of those elements in a temporary state, in an emergency, are useful, but I am not ideologically agreeing that they are the goal like they were thinking of it. That is a very different thing. Okay, small fuel tank research. And it's grayed out. And aero engine research advance, and it is grayed out. Very good. Okay, so we're in 1937. We're doing most of the 1937 text that I want to do here. Let's look over here for more. I don't know, four engine plane gun. Okay, we can do twin engine 1935. We have, that's it, free. Hello, the real Garan. How you doing? Well, yeah, this is specifically Black Ice with Third Reich events. And this is a Third Reich event. And so what I'm doing here, and just to explain this, is it has a cost of supplies. That's part of the idea. Instead, especially early on and still to this day, I sort of like to cost some of the stuff in supplies as opposed to reducing ICs. And now that I find out that fuel production is based upon available ICs, makes me want to do that even more. So for the cost, and you can't, unless you're going to cheat, by auto firing this over and over, this is a limited amount. So it's probably cheaper. Again, and also, I don't believe reality is a zero-sum game, in that we only have a certain amount of ICs that can produce other ICs. I believe economies and production is a bit more fluid. The pie isn't a fixed set of pie. The pie can grow and shrink. There are other dynamic elements that are put into this beyond pure gameplay mechanics, if you will. But I don't think you should be able to spam out in Leipzig huge amounts. And this is at a discount. This isn't free. And there was other payments prior to this because it's part of an event chain. But this is the Lunawerk. Was a large plant which produced synthetic gasoline through coal liquefaction. It used lignite, it's a type of coal, as the raw material should we build the hydrator work. There's lignite, and there's two different forms that I'm forgetting right now, probably in the mod somewhere. The other type of liquefaction of the other type of coal. So we will get rares extraction. We will get modified oil rig and rares, because the rares represents synthetic rubber, which is also being made at the same time. And we'll lose 2 energy in Leipzig, where Leipzig is what here. Yes. So we have lots of coal, and so this is reducing a little bit of coal out of the base here, and because that's no longer making coal, it's making oil. So yes, we will go with the thing that I look as a minimum amount of historical setup in here. Let's see, labor rights, pension funds, forms of free public health care were introduced the first time in Italy by fascism. Let's not forget fascism has rural roots, landowners, as opposed to industrial roots, tycoons, or military roots. This also explains why the army, tied to the crown, and the navy never fully supported neither Mussolini as an ex-socialist nor the war. Yes, very true, Van Bishop. Very true. I agree entirely with that. Well, very good. I think Black Ice, especially with all of the mods, including my mod, is the best Hearts of Iron game made. I've not played 1 or 2, but I played 3 and 4 extensively. And so it does add quite a lot to the game, including a historically based. I did all the research I could possibly do. And I'll say this again. We talked earlier, and some of you are still around from earlier, about production levels. Find out how many workers were in factories and their efficiency, factory workers, to try to figure out IC levels. Right? Okay, and I talked about why we don't have access to it. There, to the best of my knowledge, there is not a published source. And I looked, and I bought books. I didn't just go look in my local library. I bought books. There is not an order of battle, if you will, published source for the SA in any book I could find after 1934. You got stuff before 1934, nothing after 1934 published. How did I come up with, and these are the correctly named SA brigades, how did I come up with SA brigade, and it's called brigades, but these are like Sturmbands, or whatever the appropriate, this 6th SA Marine unit here in Dortmund. And yeah, that's a Marine, and yes, there was a Marine SA unit because it was sort of based along the river here. There was an SA Marine unit here in Dortmund. The size is just generic, and we don't have that. Okay, how did I come up with this? Somebody published, or an actual, photographs. They published, images of a phone book. This all comes from an SA phone book, meaning they had the phone numbers for this SA brigade in Dortmund. So I know there's the phone number for the SA brigade in Dortmund was, and it's in the phone book. So that is how I've come up with, and I had to modify some things to fit in the format of the I think it was the Obergruppe. I think it was already gone by this time, but I didn't want to go straight to Corps. I think the Obergruppe was already removed by 1936. So that's a little bit of retcon, a little bit of. I mean, they existed earlier, like in 34, 35, but with some of the shrinking, they got rid of that. I believe it was that. So did you call the FSA band who can, well, it's the old system. I don't think it would work. But that is how I found out where these were located and what sort of region, and then but they also had the regional SA, like Thuringian, higher up. So I knew to attach these units, and it was sort of subdivided. So I knew that this SA Gruppe here, which I think it was the Gruppe that were gone, the Obergruppe, the Obergruppe were gone, the Gruppe were still there, but had these subunits in the phone book. It was sort of subsections of it, and so that's why these look the way these. Okay, where's his? Why is he attached to here and not to here? Well, it's these subgroup here. So I went in and found that. So that is how I did this order of battle. That is the only way somebody. And this was on Axis, the Axis Military History Forum website. That I found that they had somebody had photographed and then made or photocopied or whatever sometime in the 30s the phone book for the SA brigades and whatnot. And so that's how I came up with this order of battle, and that's the best thing I could find. So we're doing two things. Toy Jet. This is TRE Black Ice combo. That's just Black Ice. Okay, improve security units. So we're doing both. Is that improve security units? Yes. And that. And small warship armament designed. Okay, grayed out. We'll do depth charges. I still need to test this, and I also wanted to talk about some stuff earlier on. I'm going to have to be ending here pretty soon because my throat is about ready to give out. Yeah, mentioning that probably we should end. I want to thank you all for getting this far. I want to thank ToyJet. I want to thank Chief. The Hoffmanator, at least earlier on. Yogdog and others for support on Patreon. It goes to support both the YouTube channel work as well as the modding work. So if you want to, you can support me on Patreon. Links on the YouTube channel. Maybe even put it below here, the video. But hey, what I'm really asking for you is to like the video, comment on the video, even just saying hi really helps out. And if you haven't already, please subscribe. I will be continuing more Hearts of Iron soon. And thank you all watching. I do need to let my voice take a rest here. I'm, as you can tell, enjoying talking to you and playing, but I got to take a rest. We'll be back tomorrow, hopefully with ToyJet, Arno, and any of you want to, David or whoever wants to come in and join on War Thunder, we'll make room and shift players around. Play some War Thunder tomorrow, so hopefully you'll join me for that. So thanks, everyone. Oh, did I save this? I gotta save this again, maybe. Oh, yes, I did. Okay, well, we'll just save it again. Close.